that wingman now for, I don't know, 60-some years. He takes guidance pretty well. Christopher T. Bannon with me on a July 4th with, hey, you have to call an audible. Got to do it. That's life. God's will. What do they say in the Declaration of Independence? Nature's God. We're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to be back here on our 4th of July coverage on Real America's Voice.
Soldiers who have fought and given all 250 years, we're still standing tall. One nation under God. May we always be the home of the brave and the land of the free. For every battle blood was lost. God bless America, sea to shining sea. One nation under God. We're united, strong and free.
The summer of soccer is available with Fubo. Stream your favorite players and teams, all the rivalries and upsets. Watch every match live on all your devices. Start watching at FuboTV.com.
When a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name, it's a race against time to stop the theft of your hard-earned equity.
Many people don't know this has happened until long after it's done.
You as the homeowner think you still own a house. 3 months later, you start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim at HomeTitleLock.com.
Attention homeowners, does your roof look like this? If so, your whole home is at risk for costly damage and repairs. Protect it today with a metal roof from Erie Home. Our roofs are tested to withstand wind up to 120 miles per hour. While hail and heavy snow can destroy traditional shingles, with an Erie metal roof, it's no problem. And they're built to last with a 50-year transferable warranty. And if you call now, get up to 50% off installation. Schedule your free estimate today. Call 1-866-770-ERIE or visit eriehome.com.
I've been in the fitness industry for more than 25 years, and Fatty 15 is a built-in recovery system for your cells. You can't have a healthy outside if you're not taking care of the inside. Try Fatty 15.
The gun grabbers are licking their chops. If they seize Congress in November, they've already promised an all-out assault weapons ban.
We will have legislation.
So we're giving away the rifle they'd like to ban the most. Your National Association for Gun Rights, America's no-compromise gun lobby, is giving away a Barrett M82A1 50 caliber rifle. Enter to win and chip in to help us fight back. Visit gunrights.org/RAV.
You're watching Salute to America 250, a celebration of America's 250th anniversary on Real America's Voice.
Okay. The commemoration, the festivities, really, it was going to start at 7 o'clock to go to what I would say is the pageant of America. It was a combination of history readings, big stars, musical, both contemporary and some of the greatest traditional music in America. It was going to go for about 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours, a real extravaganza, 29 camera shoot. They've been practicing this thing for months. That's the heartbreaking thing of it. Had a massive crowd out there, massive. I mean, where Ben Berquam was in the overflow on the grass, just leading up to the Washington Monument, 25,000 people. I mean, just the big crowd. Given the heat, people have to understand. We've had a heat dome. Can I get that right there? The clock. Thanks. The heat domes here are just unbelievable. 101 degrees, 110 actual. People falling out all day long. They canceled the 4th of July parade, which very rarely, in fact, I don't ever remember canceling the 4th of July parade in Washington, D.C. We're going to go out to Mount Rushmore. Neil, you got chased away by a thunderstorm a few minutes ago. All the practice they've done now, what Carissa Kloss at Weather Nation is saying is that as she sees it, and she's been pretty dead spot on since we started at 5 o'clock today, she kind of warned us, hey, this thing's coming. It's one of the reasons we made sure that we got Weather Nation on. They're just fantastic, the meteorologists over there. She's saying she thinks it could clear up by 10 o'clock. Then maybe you do the largest fireworks display in history. I don't know. President Trump might say, hey, let's do the pageant. We'll do the fireworks at 1 in the morning. You know, Trump, he would say, hey, we got this thing rolling. Let's go ahead and do it. Neil McCabe, last night, Mount Rushmore. One thing we didn't get in the mainstream media too much was the size of the crowd and the enthusiasm of the crowd, particularly for President Trump's message. This was just not a normal rah-rah speech. This was one of the more serious speeches President Trump's ever given, sir.
Right, and that's always a risk, right? When you go sort of for a higher level of rhetoric, are you going to get the reaction from a crowd that, you know, is there for like a pep rally? And instead, they were drinking it in, they were responding, and he was really responding to their concerns and their questions, you know, if not so much whether he was right or wrong, but does the president recognize the threat, and is he up for the fight? And is he going to lead us in this fight? And does he believe in what he's doing? And that's what the president delivered last night in his message. So people going home are saying, okay, if he's in, we're in. I also want to make a comment, if I could. You know, maybe I'm beating a dead horse, but, you know, John Thune is somebody that I always focus on. Thune and Rounds, Mike Rounds, the two senators from South Dakota, they did show up last night. And Senator Thune did tweet out a picture of himself with President Trump. And, you know, Mike Rounds is a guy who wouldn't even speak President Trump's name during the 24 campaign when they asked him if they would support, you know, his candidacy. And, of course, John Thune is a guy who is literally blocking passage of not just the Save America Act, but basically anything that the president wants done right now has to go through this Thune wall. And so when the president is talking about, he's talking about communism as a mortal threat to America as an ideal and Americans as a people. And that is all built on democracy and free and fair elections. And if you don't have free and fair elections, then what is the point? And so there was a lot of high, powerful rhetoric last night, but there was a moment when he did sort of call out Thune and the Senate Republicans, telling them, get rid of the filibuster and pass the Save America Act, Steve.
Did Mike Rounds come on stage, or Thune, did they get booed, or were they welcomed by the crowd? Because people keep asking all the time, how is South Dakota one of the strongest red states and the strongest in the Trump movement? They love Trump. How do they have, you know, from Dusty Johnson to John Thune to Mike Rounds, they got a pathetic representation in Washington, D.C., sir?
What you're plugging into is something you've said before about the state of Tennessee, which you've said it's probably the most MAGA state in the union. And it's actually the program of the Republican leadership to make sure there are weak and moderate office holders in these safe seats. And so that's why all your conservatives, all the guys, all your fire eaters, they're all in sort of like contested seats or purple seats, because they want to make sure that their safe seats have moderates. And that's the opposite of what the Democrats will do. The Democrats will engineer it so that their most left-wing, their most progressive people will be in the safe seats so that they can go out there, they can lead the fight on tough votes, they can take tough votes because they have that safety. Whereas on the Republican side, you have all of the people who you expect to lead those fights. A lot of them aren't even in safe seats. And so it's sort of what you're talking about is a structural problem in the Republican Party that President Trump is coming up against.
Neil, can you hang on? You're out. You just got chased away by a thunderstorm. Just stick with us for a minute. Chris Bannon is my wingman. Let's go to Carissa Kloss. Carissa, can we get an update? They've now evacuated, they're in the process of evacuating the entire space, which is, I don't know, maybe 40,000 people right now. Not a small endeavor. Can we get an update?
Yeah, and it's likely because of the lightning. We're seeing the district now pretty much surrounded by severe thunderstorm warnings. We've been watching several that have been popping up and making their way north. Now we saw one earlier that was just outside of Quantico. I've got some wind reports to show you in a minute, but I want you to show you just how strong these storms are to give you an idea. Look at all of that lightning headed from Severn into the heart of Baltimore. So Baltimore right now, the downtown area, especially on the eastern side of town, getting rocked Anne Arundel County until 8 o'clock, until the top of the hour. That severe thunderstorm warning there. Wind, our primary threat. These thunderstorms have been producing gusts upwards of 50, 60, even 70 miles per hour. We've got one headed into Eldersburg, likely with a bit of a hail core right there in the middle as well. About a ½ inch size hail. That's the other thing. We've talked about the rain. We've talked about the wind. We've talked about the lightning. The hail is something that if you have a bunch of people outside would be very dangerous too. We've got another strong thunderstorm that's making its way north of Warrenton towards Centerville and making its way right across I-66. This one making its way mostly northeast, but you can see the line itself also has more of that easterly component. So we're going to be watching that one. You've got the district right here as that makes its way closer. Hopefully we'll be able to see the worst of it kind of skirting the downtown, skirting the district itself. But as we see some back building and some filling in on the southern end of that line, that is what we could see in DC, but that one's still a little bit away. We also have a lot of lightning kind of in the periphery of these storms, and with that, with lightning in the area, that's the most likely reason for the evacuation, for getting those 40,000 people to safety. That's a big endeavor. That's going to take some time. So it may be until we see this round of storms making its way through the I-95 corridor and clearing things before we can kind of get back to regularly scheduled programming, which could be a bit because these storms are still back building and we're still seeing additional development at this time. And that's why for the entire DC, Baltimore area, down to Richmond, up through Philly, New York, we have a severe thunderstorm watch. That means that conditions are possible until 10 o'clock tonight to see those thunderstorms come together. Hopefully once the sun sets, we start to lose some of that energy and we lose some of the intensity in those storms. But this is what we've got them capable of. This has already happened. A 72-mile-per-hour wind gust out of Tompkinsville, Maryland at Quantico, a 66-mile-per-hour wind gust there at the airport at Reagan, 64-mile-per-hour wind gust, likely a ground stop when that happened for sure. Now, let's walk through the forecast because we've got this happening right now. We know that those strong storms are making their way east and northeast. We will get a break in the action, possibly some redevelopment on the backside of that. But hopefully these are the more generic type thunderstorms and not on that severe level. Remember, a severe thunderstorm has to have one of three things: potentially producing a tornado, not likely to see that today, but we could see hail a size 1 inch in diameter or greater, or wind gusts 58 miles per hour or stronger. And that's what these have the most likely capability in addition to all of the lightning. So very strong storms near Baltimore. We've got one headed towards the Delmarva. That one's going out over the water, and we've got one crossing 66. Those are the immediate threats that we're keeping an eye on. I also want to point out here, it feels like nothing. It feels like something that won't make much of a difference, but there's a few little skirts. You see that kind of green turning to red there? That line right there, that is a gust of wind. So you might not see the strongest of the winds right when the thunderstorm is up on top of you. What you could see is what's called an outflow boundary. The leading edge of the winds from these storms might be out ahead of that. So you'll get that big gust of wind, and with all of those non-permanent structures, all of those tents, everything that's out on the mall, those could get picked up by wind gusts like this, and of course this severe thunderstorm wind gust. So we're still very much in the thick of it. DC, right now, we're expecting that line to potentially be there about 8:30 or so, 8:45, when this specific storm will be here. We'll track it and see if it actually will be severe at that time or if it's just a thunderstorm that's going to move through. But I think, Steve, as long as the lightning is part of the conversation, as long as the lightning is out there, that's probably why they're moving people to safety, because that is a silent killer and we want to make sure everybody's safe.
Well, Reagan Airport, as the crow flies to where the event is probably 1.5 miles. So you have a 64-mile-an-hour wind gust. You're going to shut some stuff down. Chris, thank you so much. I really appreciate all the great work you've done tonight for us, overtime from Weather Nation. You guys nailed this at 5 o'clock tonight, so we could see it coming. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Anytime.
Chris Kloss over at Weather Nation, and they've been dead spot on starting at 5 o'clock when we came on, because we knew there was some storms in the area. And folks know that in the summer, thunderstorms come down the Potomac all the time. I think this was different given the heat dome. This one came up from Richmond, plus they're coming from West. You're kind of getting the double whammy. We're going to leave you with one nation. We're figuring out what's going on, but I think you heard from her. It's going to be 10 o'clock or later before this thing, these storms, a lot of them. And what's passing us, going up into Maryland, very serious. Want to make sure everybody goes to safety. We've already shut down the studios. Everybody has. Right there in the plaza outside the main stage. Short commercial break. We're going to return with a slightly delayed July 4th celebration here at Real America's Voice, the War Room. Back in a moment.
May we always be the home of the brave and the land of the free. For every battle, blood was lost. God bless America, sea to shining sea. One nation under God. We're united, strong and
All right, you guys, listen, here's something I realized about my retirement account that honestly caught me completely off guard. I thought my retirement was diversified. Well, it turns out I was wrong about what that word actually means.
You know what nobody tells you about the assets in your IRA or 401k? For almost all Americans, it's just paper investments.
I mean, it's different names, it's different risk levels, maybe, but it's all tied to the same system.
When experts look at the actual savings that you're going to try to realize, they realize that many people aren't as diversified as they thought.
So I started looking into something outside the usual options, something tangible, something that's been around longer than any financial system, physical gold.
To investigate for yourself, here's all you have to do. Text the word America to 989898, and my trusted friends at Birch Gold Group will help send you some free info on gold. There's no pressure at all, just the information you need. Text America to 989898 right now.
It's time for Operation America 250. Yeah. We're gonna go see Young Washington in theaters this 4th of July. Yeah! Now they expect us to walk through the front door and pay $30 for 2 tickets. But we're gonna take them by surprise and sign up with Angel for $15 and get 2 free tickets to Young Washington.
Plus 2 tickets to every Angel movie coming to theaters. We're talking The Brink of War, Runner, Angel and the Bad Man, Drummer Boy, Hershey, and Zero AD.
And those are just the ones coming out this year.
Those tickets are included with streaming Angel's whole library?
You know it, for just $15 a month. That's the America 250 offer.
Let's storm the theaters!
With Angel tickets for Young Washington. For America! Celebrate America 250 with Angel Premium. Get instant streaming access and 2 tickets to Young Washington in theaters July.
You're watching Salute to America 250, a celebration of America's 250th anniversary on Real America's Voice.
Okay, every time I have a tough question, I always turn to my kid brother, Chris. They've evacuated. I mean, folks should understand, there was a massive crowd coming out for this. What they had planned tonight, and if you think, we started at 7 o'clock this morning, and with Captain Fennell, he came in from overseas. It was just incredible. Started at 7. I went all the way to noon, then tossed it to our big studio right there in the main plaza. But what you saw in New York was extraordinary. I mean, the navies of the world, I think you had 35 or 40 combatants there. It was absolutely incredible. You had the tall ships from all over the world. And the thing that made it so powerful is exactly where the British, would appear in like a week or two after the signing of the Declaration for the assault in the United States to destroy this nascent republic. And it was very powerful. Then you had the combat aircraft that was just incredible. We came down here and you kind of heard that there was weather building because, look, it got to, I think, 103 today. Heat index at one time 115. I know so many people, I mean, tough hombres coming from Texas. And and Chris and I are from Richmond. This thing you couldn't even move around in. And I had so many friends and colleagues, War and Posse members, up here to commemorate were saying, I can't even walk around. It's not. And we had people dropping out, people falling out, dehydration, all of it because it's just so hot. These thunderstorms are building. So we talked to Robin Parker, and one of our affiliated associations is Weather Nation. I said, let's get the meteorologists, because these guys are always great. And from 5 o'clock when they came on, they basically walked you through what was happening. And of course it did happen. And these are pretty severe thunderstorms. I will tell you, when you clock a 64-mile-an-hour wind, a gust, at Reagan National Airport across the runways there, as that runway goes across the 14th Street Bridge, as the crow flies, Chris, you're probably a mile and a half, maybe 2 miles max to the Washington Monument where the crowd is. And they're evacuating, I don't know, anywhere from 25,000 to 40,000 people that have come out to sit on the blankets, kind of sit on that grass rolling up from the main stage. They had planned on having a 2.5 hour pageant of America, which was going to be music and readings from American history, and some stars were going to be there. It was going to be incredible. You're going to have both contemporary music and some of the great music from not just the American Songbook, but also from, some of our best military music and some of the music that's been interwoven in American history. It was going to be extraordinary. People have been planning on this and practicing for months and months and months. Then the president was going to come out. And my God, I hope he was given as good a speech he gave last night, which I thought was just absolutely excellent. He was going to come out and give a major address, not simply to the country, but also to the world on the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration, such a special day. Then, to top it all off, after all that, we were going to have an incredible, the largest fireworks display in the history of the country. If you take that and add in everything else that's going on in Philadelphia and all the great cities of the country, if you look at the small towns, Mike Lindell had 70,000 people at a 4th of July parade in kind of small town America, about 40 or 50 miles outside of Minneapolis, St. Paul. You had this all over the country, all over the country. It was just incredible, a great celebration. But hey, remember, in the Declaration of Independence, nature's God. Well, divine providence worked tonight. We've got some pretty severe thunderstorms, but that's just the way it is. You've got this. Chris Bannon, your thoughts? You've been through a thunderstorm or two, particularly when we were kids in Richmond. When you have these things kind of back east like this on a hot summer day, a hot July day, they normally don't end immediately, do they?
No, and the Navy, we have to take meteorology, probably about a month of meteorology courses, because we get a weather briefing from the weather people every time we fly. So you go get a weather briefing. It's part of you sign for the aircraft, get a weather briefing. You head out and pre-flight the aircraft. You are turning into my father on weather, so I just want to put that in the record.
No, stop.
Okay.
He was a weather nation. Every time you want, my dad, as people know, died, passed away. He was over 100 when because he got very upset. The Weather Channel went and woke on him, right? And all the weather went and woke on him, and they would have climate change, all this. And then Rob Sig launched Weather Nation, which is just hardcore weather meteorologists and maps, and he was addicted. He downsized Fox. He downsized watching Fox. It was, if you walked into the kitchen where it was either EWTN or Weather Nation. You take your pick. He had one or the other. But yeah, he was mainlining it. So no, I kind of dug it because they were dead spot on the entire time. You could see this thing kind of walking up from Fredericksburg. But by the way, rumor. Go ahead.
What you get are these, they're cells. So, and the reason I never really understood that when I moved out here to Arizona, because there's no trees. The one thing back east, the thunderstorm's on top of you. You don't see it coming. All of a sudden, boom, it's there. Out here, you can sit on a hill, and in the valley, you'll see 4 or 5 storms, 30 miles spread out, pouring rain, nothing in between, pouring rain, lightning. And they call it out here the light show. On a good night, you go up on a hill and you watch all these thunderstorms, which are better than fireworks, right? You've got these nature's generated, and you'll get 30,000 lightning strikes in a night and not even know it. Although
how many lightning
strikes?
How many
You'll
lightning
get
strikes?
strike, and we had to do a study one time. We got a generator blown out at work. And for insurance, we had to do a study, and it came back. The college has a department that does that, and they come back and say, oh, yeah, we had 33,000 in a 2-hour period. I'm like, what? So that stuff's hitting the ground all the time.
Hitting the ground. I remember when I first got out to Arizona, we had a place and we had a palm tree, and these storms come up in the desert very quickly, kind of out of nowhere. This thing came up, and I mean the lightning there hits, and it hits with power. First time I've ever seen this, it hit the palm tree and set the palm tree on fire. And I mean, the palm tree was a torch. It wasn't just a branch or two. It burned the palm tree down, and that's why I figured you cannot mess around with these thunderstorms in the desert like you can here. That's why they evacuated it, sir.
What did the firemen tell us? They said, we call them fire palms. And he said, we got another one we got to go put out. They're putting those ours out. And they had to break off and go to the next one. So don't want to be tall in the desert.
Yeah, the logistics here, I mean, this was a massive crowd that was forming to see this. Obviously, they had the pageant of America, this Freedom 250 that was going to play. It was extraordinary people in practice, and you had top, talent that were going to be there, both musical talent. You had talent that was going to give dramatic readings. I think there was going to be a lot of dancing involved. This was a very involved, a 2.5 hour presentation. My understanding, the president was going to give a major address. This was something they had worked on a long time. They realized it was going to have historical significance because it is on the 250th anniversary, and people will be talking about this for years. So it's very serious. And then this incredible display of fireworks. What's going to happen? We don't know. The driver of all this, where these storms are and where they're proceeding. Now, we've gotten from Weather Nation, and all I'm saying is that from the time we've been on at 5 o'clock, they've tracked this thing absolutely perfectly. They're saying right now, the way they see it, and they've got, quote unquote, one of these thunderstorms is a destructive thunderstorm. I would tell you, for very early in the evening here, which we have over an hour on Capitol Hill at 7:38 Eastern Daylight Time, we would have an hour and 10 minutes left of sunlight. It is absolutely pitch black to the part that the street lights have come on. And I mean, it's like the middle of the night here. So, I believe they've said it's going to be 10 o'clock, and that's going to be something we're going to have to monitor. If it is, the people have to come back out, et cetera. I imagine some of the crowd may even say, hey, we may pack it in tonight. They may hang out. You never know. These things move, and sometimes they move quickly. That's why the Weather Nation people really appreciate what they've done and how great it's been. Chris, if you can hang around, what we're going to do is go through, take a break, go through another block, get updates, finish up with McCabe. And then at the top of the hour, we're probably going to replay some of the stuff we had today in the morning. It's perfect, and maybe even some of the other anchors come on here if they want to continue the programming. But like I said, it'll be at least a couple hours, I think, before we work through this thing. I want to talk about what Gruber did on this album. Did Taylor Swift get married this weekend? That happened? I didn't notice that. I'm just kidding. The Daily Mail completely turned itself over into the Taylor Swift diary. Her song was #2 in the nation, and it was topped and beaten by One Nation. One Nation, this song has been absolutely on fire, and I just want to give the War and Posse, thank you that you made Revolution the #2 book in the nation. And by the way, they're restricting and suppressing the sale of this book. We had Metaxas on earlier today. They're suppressing the sale of this book. And in One Nation, they had a tough time launching it. Music companies have been trying to suppress that. Given it, Revolution was #2. It's #3 this week. One Nation has gotten up as high as #2. It's going to be very tough to replace #1, Ella Langley. That song is on fire, but she was ahead of Taylor Swift. We're going to leave you right now in this block. We're going to hear One Nation as our takeout song. We're going to come back. I've got still got Neil McCabe. We're going to wrap up with him out in South Dakota. He's been out there doing great coverage. And, of course, my kid brother, a Navy pilot, Navy aviator, will be with us. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back in a moment.
Lord, hear my earnest prayer for these United States. Keep her in your holy protection. Our first president prayed, cultivate the hearts of the people to unite in the faith and form a bond of brotherly love to what no man could ever break. Lord,
pledge allegiance
I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of
the United States of America
the United States of America
and to the republic
for
which it's.
What if I told you you could get a brand new metal roof and save 50% off the installation? Our metal roofs are tested to withstand winds up to 120 miles per hour. While hail and heavy snow can destroy traditional shingles, with an Erie Home metal roof, it's no problem. And if you call now, get up to 50% off installation. Protect what matters most with a new metal roof from Erie Home. Schedule your free estimate today. Call 1-866-770-ERIE or visit eriehome.com.
The summer of soccer is available with Fubo. Stream your favorite players and teams, all the rivalries and upsets. Watch every match live on all your devices. Start watching at FuboTV.com.
How are you going to celebrate America's 250th birthday? Well, we at Real America's Voice have a suggestion. The new Angel Studios summer blockbuster, Young Washington. This is one that you want to see in the theaters. Take a quick look.
What happened, Washington? All those bullet holes in your jacket. How are you alive? I don't know.
This is the must-see film, and it's very affordable. Right now, you can get an Angel Premium Guild membership for just $15 a month, with that price set for the entire year. And not only will you get 2 free tickets to see Young Washington in theaters, you will also get 2 free tickets to every single theatrical release by Angel. Plus, you get access to the entire Angel streaming library. So scan the QR code on your screen right now or go to angel.com/Rav to get that limited time price today.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
You're watching Salute to America 250, a celebration of America's 250th anniversary on Real America's Voice.
Getting blown up by certain members of the Warren Posse. So, our younger set that said there's nothing that's more scintillating on TV. Peak boomer TV is 2 boomers talking about the weather. Oh man, does that hurt on a Saturday night on the 4th of July? Everything's been great. Been tremendous coverage. Really want to thank Real America's Voice, Parker and Rob Sig. The logistics of all of this have been pretty enormous, and Real America's Voice done just an incredible job. And people in the government and 250 have done a great job too. That being said, there were some big logistical problems. And I will tell you, the team we had to do the naval review today was extraordinary, since there wasn't really any coordinated or I thought the type of information the media should know in advance. Of course, we had a lot of Navy there, right? You had Captain Fennell, and then later you had Admiral Masso. You had Jack Basovic right there. So I think we did as good a job as possible. It was just an extraordinary event. Neil McCabe, we didn't have you today because you were still out at Mount Rushmore. Your closing thoughts, sir?
Well, I was just a kid, Steve, for the 200th anniversary, the bicentennial. And, I remember in that time, right, 1976, there was a great sort of malaise. Nobody was really enthusiastic about America. Everybody thought maybe it was the end of history. And, Gerald Ford was not the leader for that moment. But if you look back in 1976, we still had more than 1 million steelworkers, had auto workers. We still had doctors doing house calls in private practice. You still had owner-operator, guys owning their own gas stations. All of these things that, we don't even exist anymore, still existed. We still had like that economy and that culture, and a lot of things in America were going great, but we just didn't have a president who could lead us forward. And I think about President Trump now in this moment, and we have the leader who can take us forward. And he's looking out for us. He sees what he has to do, and he's not shirking from it. He's calling it out. He's calling it out like Babe Ruth to Charlie Root. He's saying, that's where I'm going. That's what we're going to do.
Hang on. I got that. But let me be blunt. We've been talking about this for years.
Sir?
This just instinct, and it wasn't a jihadist. No, I agree with you. Last night's speech, I think, was an inflection point. But this is why we say in the show all the time, we're burning daylight. And these guys are getting stronger. And the initial dismissal by the Republican establishment is the same as the dismissal by the Democratic establishment. And the Democratic establishment is going to get eaten alive. And the Republican establishment is the wrong. As the Bible tells us, there's a season for everything. And this is not their season. This is an incredibly dangerous, as President Trump said, it's a mortal threat. But it's Marxists and jihadists, and it's got to be addressed. And when I say addressed, it's got to be addressed now. You can't sit around and put study groups together. You can't do white papers. This has been building for years. It's been building because we've allowed these cities to become nullification projects. It's been building because we allowed 20 million. So I would say if you want to fight communism, the first thing we ought to do is rehire Bovino, and let's start doing some mass deportations. Mass deportations. Let's not talk about beating communism. Let's beat it. If you want to beat it, step one, mass deportations. Let's have a remigration program. And the guys who are going to do that is not Kung Fu Plumber. Okay? He has no interest and no appetite for this. And I hate to be so blunt on July 4th evening, but if you want to do it, let's get on with it. And it's going to be tough. You're just not going to wish this away. You're just not going to take a magic wand and say, Madame, go. It's not going to happen. This guy's got serious dark money in back of him. These are serious players. This guy is more perfected this rap than Obama ever had. And not just that, Obama was lazy. This guy's very focused. We can win this. We must win this. But it's not going to come from happy talk or wishes. It's going to come from direct action. Action number one, cut off their money. Action number two, start perp walking these deep state people that have allowed this to happen. Jack Smith's doing TV interviews all day yesterday, and it's so anti-Trump that MSNBC doesn't even do coverage today. What they do is put the Jack Smith interviews back on. Let's get tough. Let's get smart. Number one, mass deportations. If you do not go to mass deportations, you're not serious. If you want to stop the Marxists, if you want to stop the communists, if you want to stop the jihadists, if you want to stop the situation in a city of 8.5 million people in New York, 3.5 million are foreign born because the immigration system's been gamed, and we got, as Bovino tells you have 100 million illegal aliens in this country. Then let's get serious, and let's start with mass deportations, and let's start with hiring Greg Bovino back and put him to work. Neil McCabe, closing thoughts, coordinates with your social media. And when are you coming back? Are we going to have access to you on Monday, or are you going to wander around the northern, you're going to be High Plains Drifter for a while?
I think my time of contemplating the Badlands has come to an end. And it's time for me to return to the swamp where it's really my home, frankly, and where I feed off the intrigue and the disappointment. And so... I'll also mention, I know we're running out of time, but on July 6th and July 9th, the Senate will hold 2 pro forma sessions so that they can continue this mockery of pretending to be in session. The House is out next week, too.
You're triggering me. You're triggering me. By the way, Posobiec guys are on the planes tomorrow. McCabe, I don't know if you should come back because the Charlie Kirk evidentiary hearing is going to be Monday. Maybe I know Jack Posobiec is going to be out there with us. Maybe we should talk to you tonight. Anyway, social media, McCabe, you're one of the hardest workers in this business. This is why we love you.
You can find me on all the socials at Reporter McCabe, Steve. Happy 4th, sir.
Thank you, brother. Happy 4th, and look forward to seeing you again, or maybe in Utah on Monday. Yeah, the Charlie Kirk evidentiary hearing, I think, is Monday or Tuesday. Jack Posobiec's going to head out. The Real America's Voice is going to have a big crew out there. We're going to cover that wall-to-wall. Obviously, we have to cover that wall-to-wall. I mean, the assassination of Charlie Kirk is one of the seminal events in modern American history, not political history. Chris Bannon. Now, by the way, I don't want to mention the fact that you graduated from college when your NCAA eligibility ran out for playing lacrosse. Then you became a great Navy pilot and like #1 in your class all the time. How did that work? Mom and Dad always ask that. How did that work? How did the lack of interest in academics in college then turn to tremendous interest in academics and aeronautics?
A little votive candle and picture of Ronald Reagan when he built a 600-ship Navy and he was going to have 10,000 naval aviators. Needed guys with a college degree, even if it was barely, with a pulse and 20/20 vision. So the rest is history. Is that they'd send us down to AOCS, the old Officer and a Gentleman School, as depicted in the famous movie. Came out literally the August, a month before I went in, and went down there. And the Marine drill instructors, the top drill instructors in the Marine Corps, did their magic on college boys, as they called us. And, then flight school is a lot of checkpoints you got to get through. We started with 58 in AOCS, finished with 26, and lost a couple more in flight school. So it was a grind.
Tried the program.
Yeah.
Tried the program. Well, you and Gary Hall, you were a great stick. He made your co-pilot made Admiral, and that ain't easy in the helicopter, in the Lamps helicopter
pretty good.
business.
He did pretty good, right?
Pretty good. I would give your social media coordinates, but I can't believe that people we know in a younger generation would blow us up and say there's nothing more peak boomer TV and more boring than two boomers talking
You're a little
about the weather.
obsessed. You're going to start talking about the trees next. The trees falling down. I was getting worried.
Oh my God, like the old days. Okay, brother, thank you so much. I'll call you
by
later
the
for
way,
the show.
The home we grew up in was a cooling center, wasn't it? The home we grew up in.
Oh my God, we knew about hot weather. No air conditioning ever.
Cooling centers.
Only cooling centers. Think air conditioner only put in 10 years ago. Thank you so much for being my wingman on this. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks, man. Enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you, my man. Top of the hour, we're going to start reprogram. We're going to do some reprogramming. Real America's Voice, the core team is going to stick around, see when this thing's going to get back open. You may have a couple of, Burquams out there. You got some other folks out there that I think they're going to toss to. We're going to start, I think, with Matthew. This amazing interview of Ben Burquam and Matthew Taylor. And this is something that's totally free. And this is where President Trump's moving the needle. In the park right across from the World War I monument, right, where Sabin Howard did that incredible monument of World War I. The Sabin Howard, one of the best artists in the country, right across from in that Liberty Plaza, which has had so many, it had so many big events. BLM burned it down. You had on January 5th, the night before January 6th, this was all the fire-breathing speeches were given. Try to convince Mike Pence to make sure to do the right thing. Of course, Pence didn't do the right thing. And then they decided on this. It's right across from the historic Willard Hotel, and outside the National Theater, that they have this statuary park, and it's just incredible about the prison ships in the Brooklyn Navy Yard where 12,000 patriots died. They say it's only 4,100 casualties in the American Revolution. That's not correct. I've always said you've got to add the prison ships of those that died in captivity because they were all captured. They were missing in action or captured or wounded, and just it was terrible. Okay, we're going to turn when you come back. You're going to have the Matthew Taylor, Ben Burquam, and then they'll have other program associated with it. They'll give you an update. You'll get an update if this is going to kick back off tonight. Looks like the storms, who knows? But I will tell you one thing. It should be another hour or 45 minutes of sunlight, and it is pitch black. The street lamps are on here, so who knows what's going on. But stick around with Rural America's Voice for the update. We're going to leave you with One Nation, and I will be back at 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time on Monday morning. We'll continue in the war room. We've got tons of action. Charlie Kirk's evidentiary hearing next week, and so much else is happening. It's going to be wall-to-wall all week. See you at 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time on Monday morning.
First president prayed, cultivate the hearts of the people to unite in the faith and form a bond of brotherly love to what no man could ever break. Lord, bless the fallen soldiers who have given up their lives, the blood spilled in the battles and the family left behind. We honor the fallen soldiers who have fought and given all. 250 years, we're still standing tall. One nation under God. May we always be
FBI calls it house stealing, the latest scam where a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name and steals your hard-earned equity.
It's roughly 60 to 90 days for that person to even figure out that they're the victim of this crime. You start getting foreclosure notices, and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
Unfortunately, it's on you to protect yourself. You might already be a victim. Check your title status now at HomeTitleLock.com.
It's time for Operation America 250. Yeah. We're gonna go see Young Washington in theaters this 4th of July. Yeah! Now they expect us to walk through the front door and pay $30 for 2 tickets. But we're gonna take them by surprise and sign up with Angel for $15 and get 2 free tickets to Young Washington.
Plus 2 tickets to every Angel movie coming to theaters. We're talking The Brink of War, Runner, Angel and the Bad Man, Drummer Boy, Hershey, and Zero AD.
And those are just the ones coming out this year.
Those tickets are included with streaming Angel's whole library?
You know it, for just $15 a month. That's the America 250 offer.
Let's storm the theaters!
With Angel tickets for Young Washington. For America! Celebrate America 250 with Angel Premium. Get instant streaming access and 2 tickets to Young Washington in theaters July.
The gun grabbers are licking their chops. If they seize Congress in November, they've already promised an all-out assault weapons ban.
We will have legislation.
So we're giving away the rifle they'd like to ban the most. Your National Association for Gun Rights, America's no-compromise gun lobby, is giving away a Barrett M82A1 50 caliber rifle. Enter to win and chip in to help us fight back. Visit gunrights.org/RAV.
America's story was forged on the seas, and 250 years later, that legacy sails on. Join Real America's Voice for Sail Forth 250, a spectacular waterfront celebration featuring the International Naval Review, majestic tall ships, powerful military vessels, and a breathtaking patriotic tribute to America's enduring spirit of freedom. Sail Forth 250 starts right now.
Okay, welcome back. You're in the war room. For an extended, we're going to go to 1 o'clock today, and then we're going to have a very powerful, by the way, we're standing by to see if we go immediately back to the United States Navy vessels, USS Kearsarge. For morning colors, normally it's at 0800 every day in the fleet. Should be today, but on the schedule it says 8:30. So guess what? We're going to stand by and be flexible, as the Navy tells you always to be. We may, in fact, call a couple of audibles today. And I'll wait for David Zier. David, look like colors going to start at 0800 or by the schedule 0830?
Well, 0800 just hit, and a bunch of sailors on deck here just saluted the flag in front of me. So I don't know if they just did that. There was, stand by. They just sent a message over the loudspeaker. I couldn't understand it. So I don't know exactly what they just did now, but they were saluting the flag.
I think that's morning colors. No, I think that's morning colors.
Yes.
They may do a bigger thing at 8:30,
so.
but morning colors. Yes, when they put it up, particularly Anchor. David, hang on for 1 second. I want to go. We got Ben Berquam. We have multiple coverage throughout the nation today. So, folks, we're going to be calling audibles all morning and in the afternoon all the way through to tonight. We have Ben Berquam. And this is something I want to give everybody. Take your number 2 pencil out and write this down. It hasn't gotten enough coverage. But Freedom Plaza, which is right outside the historic Willard Hotel where President Lincoln showed up in the pre-dawn light when he first arrived, undercover to Washington, D.C. to take his oath of office, to take the presidency in 1861. Right there and right across the street is the magnificent World War I monument that as you know, we've covered for years of it being forged and built and then shipped here and then put together. Just absolutely incredible. Right across the street from that in Freedom Plaza, there's now this kind of statutory, I think it's 22 statues. One of those is Caesar Romney, one of the great heroes of the Congress that really created and produced the Declaration of Independence. And Caesar Romney is historically known as the swing vote that really got this done, coming out of Delaware, that shifted the Delaware delegation to a yay. And they got 21 other new statues that are incredible. Our own Ben Berquam is there. Ben Berquam, thank you. You're going to be doing a bunch of duty. In fact, at 2 o'clock, you're going to be back at the anchor desk we've got a studio on the mall. I don't know how air conditioned that is. So Ben, thank you for doing triple duty. We're here. We've decided to anchor today in the War Room. We looked at all the options, and I said, you know what? I think it's so much going on today. We'll be here in the War Room, and we'll pass the ball to Zier and Berquam. Tell me, Ben, you've been down there. You know, this is where there's some of the speeches the night before January 6th. They had some of those fire-breathing speeches. This has been very important in kind of modern political history, and particularly the MAGA movement. Very different today with these statues. It's, to me, the transformation. And what's I'm most proud about is that it's a member of our team, Matthew Taylor, who has been my director of photography and my editor, I think, on a dozen of the films I've made in the past, is really the guy that conceived this and worked with the sculptors. He's a sculptor himself, worked with the sculptors to do it. Give the audience a little information about it.
Yeah, well, it's 12 statues, Steve, and you mentioned Caesar Rodney. The irony of that statue is actually torn down in Delaware, in Wilmington, Delaware, during the BLM riots. President Trump resurrected it, brought it back down here to Washington to put it back up. You can see it off in the distance. It's really the preeminent statue that was brought here on his horseback. To say, you know, this is the difference. Under Democrats, we were tearing down our history. Under President Trump, we're building it back up. We're honoring it. We're celebrating it. And all I can say is thank God President Trump won, and we get to celebrate our 250th anniversary, not moan about it, because that's what we would have been doing had it been Democrats in charge. We would have been doing exactly what Mondami did last night. And if you go around I can't talk about every one of them, but you go around this room or this area of statues. Now, you're right, Steve. This was where January 6th was. I was here on January 5th with the protests, hopeful that Congress, that Mike Pence would get it right on January 6th. We all know what happened that day. And I was also here when BLM and Antifa were burning down D.C. under President Trump's first term. Basically, the Democrats sent out their henchmen to destroy the city. Now I'm back here, and it's beautiful. The city is incredible. This area in particular is incredible. You can see the flag on top of the White House behind the statue. I'm looking right down to Congress. You can see the old post office, President Trump's old Trump Tower. What an incredible place to be. We have the Spirit of Liberty statue here. But if you go around each one of these, this first statue is of a pastor who is Caldwell, who actually kept a pistol on his pulpit. He would preach on Sundays and then fight the rest of the week. Black robe regiment out here. You go around the rest of it, there are half of the statues out here are freed slaves that fought for our revolution. The history that we don't teach anymore in our schools because the left has decided that all history that celebrates America is bad, even if it's things that they pretend to care about. It really is incredible. So I'm going to go around and we'll talk about some of these as the day goes on. It is just an incredible place to be, though.
I want to make sure, though, that we anchor this in what's happened in the last couple of years, modern political history, modern history, because this is what they're going to write about 100 years from now. Go back to the Summer of Love. In the BLM Summer of Love, when the Mandamis and what he represents were ascendant. Remember, they try to control the deal after after the death in Minneapolis, and you had the Democrats taking a knee. It's almost like the world was turned upside down. Ugh. But you were there. They trashed and burned that square you're sitting there right now was trashed and burned. And then later, on the 5th of January, we had a huge rally down there. Ben Berquam was covering, had a huge rally down there of these fire-breathing speeches to say, hey, look, tomorrow Pence has got to do the right thing. And, of course, Pence didn't do the right thing. But it shows you the hand of divine providence because, as we know now, Amen. Ben, it was actually better for us to spend – God deemed, That's God's right. will was better for us. It was better for us to spend 4 years in the wilderness. It was better for us to have, we had to go to Egypt, right, and kind of get it together and rethink it and get better and powerful and stronger to then return. Hey, and this fight's a long way from over. You saw Mandami yesterday. He's thrown down from in back of George Washington's desk. That's what we covered it live, right? And President Trump responded last night. So, hey, it's game on. But go back and give me the history of that from the BLM. You were there at the depths of the riots.
Yeah, it's almost like you're giving a prelude to some of the chapters in my book that's coming out. Difficulty, what God does through difficulty, and what God does with us in the wilderness, all of those things are preparation for what he has in store for us. And we saw that. We saw America burning down under President Trump's first term. We saw so many people get attacked for wanting to stand up for America. You saw the brown shirts, whether that's the La Raza movement out in California in the South, Antifa, all across this country in big metro areas, BLM, all of this, all under the Democratic Socialists of America or Revolutionary Communists of America, now under CARE and the Muslim Brotherhood, this combination of jihadism and communism. All of that we saw in President Trump's first term, to the point where they stole the election, stole our country with COVID and massive mail-in ballots. And we all sat here on January 5th and thought, man, is it over? And then on January 6th, we thought we were hopeful. It was one of the coldest days I've ever been here in D.C. I was sitting down here on the ellipse, and the entire crowd, an incredible crowd, we got here at 2 a.m., and we all thought, okay, Lord, your hand, you can fix this. We know it was stolen, but you can fix this. And thousands marched down to the Capitol. I was on the outside covering it. And you know the rest of that day. And then the next 4 years of indictments, of injustice, of going after political enemies, putting people in prison that didn't even go into the Capitol simply for speaking out, for standing, basically to try to convince everyone that it wasn't worth the fight. And then go 4 years, President Trump, the assassination attempts, the indictments, the convictions. I was with him in the court in New York City. And you come out of that and you think, Lord, is there any hope? And then to win in 2024 and to be back here in 2026, to be celebrating America's independence for 250 years, it's only the hand of God. It's only the hand of God.
Or floating break. Okay, Ben, hang on for 1 second. Like I said, we're going to call some autos. Let's go back to David Zier. David, we're about to get the gun salute. I think is about to start, about to commence here momentarily.
Yeah, I'm looking for my hearing protection. Yeah, so I don't know which guns are going to fire. You know, this ship is massive with a lot of armaments like Sea Sparrow launchers and rolling launchers and close-in weapon systems, failing Sea Whiz 20-millimeter cannons. It's got 4 25-millimeter cannons. So I don't know if it what other cannons it has on board. But yeah, within about 3 minutes, maybe we want to air that. They came by and warned us it's going to be loud. All right, they're calling for attention on the deck. Oh, there we go. There's one.
Okay, I take it I think the 21 gun salute was so loud it might have messed up our audio. There we go. When you're there, trust me, it's like the earth is shaking. The fillings in your teeth are moving. Nothing gets you rolling like some naval gunfire in the morning. Our own David Zier is out there. We're gonna have many evolutions like this throughout the day. Are we're gonna float the break, or we're gonna jump the break? Okay, cool. Okay, we're gonna float the break here. How's that? Modern technology. We're gonna have a lot of evolutions like this. We're gonna have pass and review with the USS. I think it's Farragut, which is Arleigh Burke class destroyer. I believe I think the Secretary of Navy and the Chief of Naval Operations are on the Burke, which for the crew of the Burke really makes it a great day. Nothing worse than dignitaries coming on a ship, a combatant, when you got more than enough you got to do, and then they come on, you got to make sure it's super squared away, even more so than normal. So there are going to be many evolutions like this today with the gunfire, etc. Also, we're going to have one of the biggest combat air shows, flyovers. I think it starts at 10 o'clock. For hours, you're going to have different combat planes of the world, including some of the Allied Air Forces over New York City, over New York Harbor. We're also going to have some of that today down here in Washington, D.C. So it's going to be full. And then the tall ships, I think start around 9:30. Do we have Zier back up, or has he still got his David Zier? What did we see there? It was a 21 gun salute, right? We only got a couple of them before our audio went out.
I don't know. They stopped short of a dozen. I don't know what kind of cannon that is. I wasn't aware that these amphibious assault ships had cannons aboard, so I don't know, how many millimeter or inch guns those were. But very loud. My hearing protection was not able to get to it in time in the bag here, but very, very loud. The concussion was huge here. But this, Kearsarge here, the USS Kearsarge, I have a rich history for you of the ship and how it got its name, if you want, but the armaments on this thing, the V-22 Ospreys, eventually, the F-35, V-STOL, vertical short takeoff or landing versions of the F-35 will be here. The Sea Knight helicopters, I think AH-1 Cobras may be on board as well when this is in operation. But this has about 1,000 plus crew members and can take on almost another 2,000 Marines. I think they operate under the 26 MEU in the Mid-Atlantic Surface Command out of Norfolk. But this is one of 7. So our firepower is incredible. And these LCACs, these air-cushioned landing craft that they have, they can carry 3 or 4 big ones. They can carry 12 smaller ones. Each one can carry up to like 6 tanks or Bradleys and other. It's just massive when you think about it. Probably more important in the Pacific. It's the reason I bring it up, similar to what we had to do in World War II. But the ship is incredible. And the history of the ship, Steve, is really amazing. It was first named after a mountain in New Hampshire, and this is like the 4th or 5th version of the USS Kearsarge, starting, with other types of ship. But the original USS Kearsarge sunk the CSS Confederate Alabama, which was built, I think, in 1862 in Liverpool in England and was a raider seizing commerce headed for the North in the Civil War. It was a screw loop type ship built, the CSS Alabama. It was an incredible ship under Raphael Semmes. It served as a successful raider, but it wasn't until the Kearsarge came into, it had a port of Cherbourg in France on the English Channel. Came in, I believe, for repairs or service, and the USS Kearsarge attacked it outside the port in Cherbourg, France, and a battle broke out. And the Alabama, the CSS Alabama, a key ship for the Confederate Army, fired 370 rounds at the Kearsarge, 1 round per minute per gun, a faster rate than the Kearsarge gun crews could keep up with, who only fired half of that. But they took more careful aim, and in the confusion of the battle, the more rounds were fired at the Alabama. The colors were struck. The gun ports had been left open. The broadside cannons, I think, were taken out, and a white flag appeared as the Alabama at the Alabama's stern, I believe. But a fatal shot came when one of the 11-inch guns on the original Kearsarge opened fire and hit the midsection of the Alabama's starboard water line, and water rushed through the hull. The boat was sinking. 20 died of the 170 crew. 21 wounded. Kearsarge rescued most of the survivors, but 41 of the crew on the CSS Alabama, including Captain Semmes, were rescued by John Lancaster's private British steam yacht, the Deerhound. So this ship has a history. Other ships were named the Kearsarge. But this is a critical role in our amphibious assault abilities.
Zir, hang over a second. Let's go back to that battle, because the Raider, the U.S. Alabama, that's how they're going to break the blockade of break the blockade of the Union Navy. It shouldn't be lost on people that Cherbourg was the port that we had such a big battle on that peninsula after D-Day. That was absolutely essential to get the logistics ashore, because you just couldn't do it with the pontoon harbors we were trying to put together on the Normandy beaches. Where Cherbourg was actually one of the big, I think it was the day 2, 3, and 4 objective, and that's really where the logistics came through to support Patton's army in his race across France. And so back in the Civil War, even then, the Confederates pull in for a little repair, and then had this major battle on the outside. The Kearsarge, these types of ships, this is about force projection, David, as you know. This is where you not just have troops, you have fleet Marines ready to go ashore in these amphibious attack groups. So you've got all the support equipment, you've got all the support aircraft. I mean, these are floating really battle wagons that can deliver it. If you want to take Karg Island, this is the type of ship that you send up to the north, to the Gulf of Oman, and let it rip. That's the importance of this ship, and I'm so glad today it's going to be really the flagship of the activity, sir.
Yes, and remember, the V-22 Osprey really changed the whole dynamic when they were looking for an air medium lift capability chopper to replace the CH-47 Chinook. And it can't feather on a tail like a CH-47 can, but it can go 5 times, 4 times faster, 3 or 4 times 3 times faster, 4 or 5 times the range, carry a few more troops in some cases, but it gets our troops back to the trauma centers in the golden hour and inserts our troops faster. So the Osprey, a game changer for our amphibious assault ships.
David, hang on for 1 second. We're going to go back for more activity on the fleet review. I think we're going to start. Cleo Pascal, my favorite. First off, Cleo, if you go to my Getter account, I gave you credit for the first one, and then after that, I don't think I did. You were at Mount Vernon last night with our allies, the French, who were absolutely critical to the victory in the Revolutionary War. The photographs you had were amazing. The French Foreign Legion was there last night honoring General Washington and the Americans, ma'am.
They were. I think so far one of my favorite moments of the 250th was the French Foreign Legion band singing Je ne regrette rien in front of Mount Vernon. It was an incredible moment. Mount Vernon yesterday was wonderful, and they'll be doing it again today. There are people doing the reenactments. You can visit his house. Obviously, you can also play games from the 18th century, go visit the farm, and then there's fireworks over the Potomac. It's just a wonderful place to be if you don't want to be standing in the middle of DC for the events. But yes, the French were there, and it was really touching. They have a connection to this, to what happened, that is a very deep, personal level, and they sang their hearts out. And who knew the French Foreign Legion had such a great band?
I want everybody to know that, you got Freedom Plaza, which got Ben Burkholm on, and Matthew Taylor will be down there. We're going to do a tour of that, and we're going to take lots of video. We're actually going to do something live again early in the week there. You've got Mount Vernon. I mean, you've got these great places. If you decide to bring the family, and this commemoration is going to go through, I think, next week. There's so many great places to go to, Cleo. You've got, obviously, the State Fair on the mall. But you've got these jewels. I mean, Mount Vernon is an absolute jewel to understand, I think, not just simply the Revolution, but General Washington. And they just do a fantastic job there, ma'am.
They do, and I'd say take the day and go to Gunston Hall, go to George Mason's house as well. You can see how close the two houses are to each other, and learn more about the Bill of Rights and how these things were thought through. And it gives you a sense for who these men and their families and their entire economic environment really were at the time, and how much they had to lose. These were people who were at the pinnacle of their economic careers. They had put a lot of effort into building up this country, and they knew that if they lost, they would, their families, everything that they and their entire communities had worked hard to build would be destroyed. They would be drawn and quartered. These were men of incredible courage, and when you go to their homes and you get a sense of their entire environment, it really resonates. And also, when you go to the Great State Fair, if you do get a chance to go, I'd recommend going to the Guam Pavilion. We were talking about the Fleet Review. One of the most incredible naval vessels ever built was the Flying Proa, which was built by the Chamorros, sailed around the Central Pacific. And one of the master navigators and carvers, Mario Borgia, is there at the Guam Pavilion. They recreated an 18th century proa that was described by Captain George Anson. This is a ship that was described by the British Navy, Royal Navy fleet that was there, as being so fast it was passing their ships like a flying bird. So the naval history of parts of what are now the U.S. goes back hundreds of years, actually predates the U.S. And that is a heritage that all Americans can enjoy and share and learn more about if you go to the Guam Pavilion at the Great State Fair, which I do recommend. It was really fun. I went myself. Obviously, as a non-American, learned a lot about little parts of the U.S. I didn't know anything about, and I was there with some others as well. Who were also new to the U.S. And we had just a really wonderful time. So it's just been great. I don't know what else to say.
You know, you're not American. Cleo is from Canada and a proud Canadian citizen. If you look at it, because I say when, you had the American Revolution, and the revolution, I think, went up to today with the signing and the promulgation of the declaration of war against the British Crown. And they were ready. I mean, they already had fleets en route, 300 plus combatants, 32,000 man army, and a set of mercenaries from Germany, and of course the British Army that would arrive, I think, 3 or 4 weeks from now off of Staten Island in the same harbor that we're going to watch the tall ships, and this International Naval Review is right there. I make the argument that you had the Revolution, you then had the War of Independence, and then you had the nation building with the Constitution, but that it all really didn't end until the first days of January of 1815, when General Jackson and kind of a motley crew down in New Orleans defeated a major part of Wellington's army that Wellington they had taken from the Peninsula campaigns against Napoleon and brought here to the United States to basically crush the Americans and to finish the War of 1812 with a big victory. But one of our targets, one of our objectives in that entire 3-decade was always Canada. Canada, I think they kind of figured was a jewel of the crown. So we appreciate you being here today, Cleo, since we've always wanted Canada, at least in the old days and maybe the new days. You never know, ma'am.
Thank you for inviting the losers to the party. We definitely appreciate it. And thank you for sending us, tens of thousands of loyalists who helped build up our country to be in a better position to defend against you when you try to attack again. It's not
Cleo,
quite over.
Hang on, you're going to be with us this morning. Cleo was at Mount Vernon last night. Our allies, the French, and without the French, there would have been no American republic that was set up, at least in that time frame. French money and French arms, and particularly the French Navy. Army also. A guy named Major General Lafayette. The French were incredible, incredible, incredible. They loved America, but they loved beating the British even more. Okay, we're here for the day. We've got a whole array of great subject matter experts that are going to join us. One Nation from Pastor Laurie and Steve Gruber takes out number two song in the nation. It didn't make Taylor Swift a runaway bride, but I think it got her back to work quicker. Of course, we're trying to take over the #1 spot in the nation. Just go download it now, Apple. Short commercial break. We're going to be back in the War Room in Real America's Voice in our continual coverage of the birth of the greatest nation in mankind's history, the 4th of July. There's only Real America's Voice in the War Room can do it. Back in a moment.
We're united, strong, and free.
Home inspectors, contractors, roofers. All kinds of pros recommend Leaf Filter. Why? Topped by stainless steel micro mesh, Leaf Filter is engineered for protection. In testing, Leaf Filter handles double the water volume of common hood-style guards without overflow. Our product design is driven by relentless innovation, ensuring optimal performance even in the toughest storms. And we back it all with a lifetime clog-free guarantee.
Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or visit leaffilter.com.
With the 2026 midterms coming at us like a freight train, gun grabbers are licking their chops.
We will have legislation.
If they seize Congress, they've already promised an all-out assault weapons ban.
Federal ban on assault weapons.
The most aggressive gun grab in a generation.
They will take your guns away.
So we're giving away the rifle they'd like to ban the most. Your National Association for Gun Rights, America's no-compromise gun lobby, is giving away a Barrett M82A1 semi-auto 50 caliber rifle, Burris scope, and true shot ammo. But the truth is, the giveaway is only half the point. When we started pushing constitutional carry, only one state honored the Second Amendment as it was written. Today it's 29. That didn't happen by accident. Every dollar you give helps us expose gun grabbers and protect our Second Amendment freedoms. Enter to win and chip in to help us fight back. Visit gunrights.org/RAV.
1 in 4 kids grows up without a father. That's not just a bland statistic. It's a national crisis. I'm John Popola, host of Dad Saves America and CEO of Emergent Order Foundation. I like to say we're what it would look like if Warner Brothers and PBS had a baby that actually loved America. We're building a movement that defends the family and calls men to step up, not check out. Visit dsa-rav.com today to take a stand for fatherhood and the American family.
You're watching Sail Forth 250, a celebration of America's 250th anniversary on Real America's Voice.
Okay, we got David Zier in the Corsage in New York Harbor. We've got Admiral Sonny Masters joining us, Cleo Pascal, our great strategist from Canada that has alerted the American people to the importance of the Central Pacific and the 3 island chains, and of course the territories in Guam in the Pacific, the importance of the strategic direction of the country. I'm going to get to Admiral Masso, Sonny Masso, in a moment. Let's go back to David Zier. David, walk us through the evolutions we got in front of us and a little more of the history. Remember, folks, just to put in perspective, we are kicking off the coverage today of the 250th year in American history, starting with the birth of the nation and the promulgation of the Declaration of Independence today. We're here all day until midnight or 1 in the morning with all the activities going on. But Patrick K. O'Donnell, who's going to join us in a little while, Patrick K. O'Donnell and I will be going through the battle for New York and the first great battle of the Revolution, because we're shifting today, really, I think, from the American Revolution to the War of Independence. David Zier, New York Harbor. It's so ironic. Last night at Mount Rushmore, President Trump threw down hard on this communist uprising in the United States, particularly in our great cities. He specifically, I think, in so many words, would talk about Mandani, and Mandani sat in back of George Washington's desk yesterday. We covered it live from the mayor's office in New York, really as a challenge that, hey, open borders and these foreigners, we're going to take over the country. It's ironic we go back there to kick off the coverage of 250. Why? New York Harbor was kind of the jewel of the crown for strategically. The British understood it. They said, hey, we're going to send a 32,000-man expeditionary force of combat troops, the British Army, best pound for pound in the world, plus we're going to double down and hire a bunch of Hessians, these kind of German mercenaries. We're going to have over 300 combat vessels, combatants from that were there from the Royal Navy, and we're going to break this revolution at the very beginning. David Zier, aboard the Corsage. What do you got for us?
An incredible view right in front of me, the Queen Mary 2. Soldiers sought to file out here. We may have to break from the national anthem and the invocation in a minute. But yeah, this is the strategic gateway of the Revolutionary War, Stephen. The British controlled this. It was their crown jewel. And they had
I tell you what, David, we got an issue with your audio. Can you try again? Okay, no, we're gonna have to redo. Let's reboot his audio. Let me go to Admiral Sonny Masso. Admiral Masso, as we do every time we have a major naval event, you ride shotgun with us. Give us your thoughts. We've got an international naval review that's about to kick off. Then we got the tall ships. Your thoughts, sir?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me on your show. I always enjoy it, and I always love celebrating our nation and Navy. I think the underpinning foundation of a takeaway from today, it's not just a 250-year celebration, but think about the tall ships that are represented in the countries that they come from. I was in the Baltimore Inner Harbor last week on Sunday with one of our former shipmates, John Carwile, by the way, and we went aboard most of those ships, and they are so proud to be here supporting this event for the whole world. So I think from that standpoint, the subtle takeaways are that, we are beloved worldwide. And yes, there are challenges, but all in all, these countries came voluntarily. They went through some arduous seas. It's very hot out there, as you well know, but they're here supporting us, and they're proud to be here, and we're proud to have them.
So, Sonny, talk to me about, I want to go back to the tall ships. We've been on combatants. You rose to the rank of admiral. The complexity, and we had a gun exhibition earlier from the Corsage. The complexity of modern warfare and fighting the ship is very complex. But when you go back and look at these tall ships, I mean, it is pretty, jaw-dropping, the complexity of actually the tall ships in combat, et cetera. Tell me about that. They're still the best training vessels for young midshipmen to actually learn about the sea and to learn about seamanship, sir.
Well, what is compelling about it is that, in today's world, everything is digital. It's not really analog. And so to that end, these tall ships represent, the heuristic development of the analog to digital journey. And certainly you find that in navigation, where today we have sophisticated satellite navigation systems that can pinpoint you to, 1 square inch, whereas in the old days, everything came via sextant, shooting stars, doing sun lines, very comprehensive mathematic problems, all with respect to navigation. The same was true with propulsion, things of that nature. So what these tall ships represent really is the journey from the heuristic approach from the analog to the digital, and they're very complex, and they actually do them both now. They have sophisticated systems, but these mariners who are manning these tall ships know their business.
Sonny, hang on 1 second. We're going to go, while we got it, we're going to go live to Freedom Plaza. We've got the creator of all this, Matthew Taylor, my former director of photography and editor, but he did direct Kash Patel and Government Gangsters. We got Ben Berkwam and Matthew Taylor. Guys, Matthew, talk to us about what's been created down there. I want everybody, when they come to Washington, D.C., not just go to Mount Vernon. You've got to go to Freedom Plaza. BLM burned this plaza to the ground a couple of years ago in the Summer of Love. Then the night before, January 6th, this is where all the fire-breathing speeches were given right there in that plaza. And now you've honored America with this kind of statutory, this assembly of statues that I know President Trump is loving. He's putting it up on Truth Social all the time. What do you got for us?
Yeah, Steve, you were right. 21 statues. Matthew, talk us through this entire project, starting with the fountain over here.
Absolutely. So we have to thank National Park Services and the Department of Interior for turning on this fountain. This fountain has not been turned on for 17 years. And so This is where we kind of start the journey. This brings us into the Prison Ship Memorial. So it was during the Revolutionary War, decommissioned prison ships were actually in the Hudson River, and they held all of the prisoners of war. And the prisoners of war were left to die. And all they had to do was just give up the cause, and they would be set free. You were more likely to die in one of these prison ships than to die in combat. 7,000 people died in combat. A little under 12,000 people died on these prison ships. So what you have here is you have a series of panels that represent the ship. They're in the shape of a ship, and you walk inside of the ship and you see all of their suffering. And they're at various heights, 8 feet, 7 feet on each side, 6 feet for the stern and the bow of the ship, all the way down to 4 feet. And that shows the rocking of the ship, and you hear the water from the fountain. So it's an experience. So inside you see people who are praying and surviving and going to the cause. And of course, here at the final panel, this 4-foot panel where we have the writing for is, you see the burning of the patriots leaving the ships. So after you are in the prison ship, you move on to one of our amazing pieces, which is Caesar Rodney. Caesar Rodney right here is 14 feet tall, 14 feet long, 6 feet wide, 3.7 tons. He was in Delaware until 2020 when he was taken down by the government and put in a box. So we found him and we brought him here and we gave him a brand new pedestal so that he could ride again. And this is where it gets very exciting. He is riding here because, of course, he was the tiebreaker that would actually create the Declaration of Independence. He had facial cancer, he had emphysema. He rode 80 miles through a storm to Philadelphia to break that tie, to create the actual Declaration of Independence. And here he is, riding again. And the way this part of the exhibition works is you have the ride at the beginning, and then you enter the war. And these are our 12 patriot soldiers right here. We have 6 black patriots, 6 white patriots, all amazing stories. Citizen soldiers who gave up whatever they had, and they went and fought for an extraordinary nation. So over here we'll walk through some of these guys here. They're all on pedestals. We have Jack Sisson, who was a spy. As you notice, a lot of these soldiers are in motion. A lot of statues tend to be very, very contrapposto, or they tend to be very stiff. These guys are all in motion because they're about to go into battle. We have this gentleman here who's become quite notorious, Samuel Whitmore. Samuel Whitmore, he was 78 years old. He was attacked. The British bayoneted him, I think 13 times, shot him in the head, left him for dead. He lived to be 96 years old. Right, so you can come to the park and you can read all of these amazing biographies of all these soldiers, so that inspires you. These are all just normal citizens or just normal people at the time, because at that time we weren't America yet. And so you can come here and be inspired. So you go through the battle after the ride of Caesar Rodney, through this plaza, which, by the way, this is Freedom Plaza, which was built in 1980 as a memorial to Martin Luther King's speech, which he wrote not too far away from here. And it's been a place of activism, for staging of activism. So we've decided to take the plaza and turn it into a place of celebration of freedom. A lot of skateboarders here as well. Yeah. As you can see, it's a giant map of Washington, D.C. The White House is on that side, the Capitol's on that side, which lines up with the actual Capitol. So once you go through the war, you get to the pinnacle piece, the spirit of liberty. We have the Statue of Liberty. We have the Statue of Freedom, which is on top of the Capitol. But in the 21st century, we haven't really created a new icon of American liberty. This is one of the first. She stands 23 feet tall. In her hand, she holds the Declaration of Independence, which, by the way, has been recreated word for word. Every line, everything is an exact replica of the Declaration of Independence. On her front, she has a beautiful quote from George Washington. And what's really fun about this statue is that along the sides, we have 3 reliefs, which tell the entire story of our conflict and our freedom. We have the signing of the Declaration of Independence. We have the crossing of the Delaware on this side. And then finally, the surrender at Yorktown. And she is here to represent the culmination of all of this park here, everything. She's the focal point. and she's a new American icon for the 21st century. You know, again, similar to the Statue of Liberty or similar to the Statue of Freedom. She's new. She's represents all these things that all of these people, these ordinary people, did to fight against the regime that was England.
You know, it's amazing, Steve. We come out here and we were talking about this when you first came to me about what we've been through just in these last few years to get to where we are today to celebrate our 250. But when you think about what our founders went through to get us to become free, it's so much more than anything we've had to endure. And that's what I think about. The encouragement that I have is if they could do it, our generation can do it.
Absolutely. I mean, they were farmers. Some of them were slaves, you know, and so the point is that people fought for freedom of themselves, freedom of their country. And this was the beginning of how all of this came about. And so our entire legacy of freedom and constant building rests on the shoulders of these kinds of people. And so every citizen can come here and actually see this and be inspired by that, which is what we want to do in this 250th anniversary.
Amazing.
Hey, Ben, ask Matthew, look, the founders and the shoulders of giants we stand on is what we're here today to really talk about. But one of the things I'm blown away is how Matthew Taylor and the team came together to have, this is not something you see in modern America. Remember, President Trump was going around collecting the statues that BLM burned and put graffiti on. And marked up and tried to destroy. They wanted to destroy them and melt them down. How did these guys come up with the concept? And more importantly, how'd you actually get it done? Where'd you find the people that were talented enough to actually make these statues and to actually have it happen and installed? And now we have this beautiful memorial park right there in the heart. I mean, you're 100 yards away from you're across the street from the Willard. You're across the street from the World War I monument. You're across the street really from the Treasury. And you're probably a couple of 100 yards from the White House.
Yeah, Matt, and Matt's not on comm, so I'll relay. But Matt, talk to us about just the impetus of this entire project in a world where under Joe Biden and under President Trump's first term, BLM and the left have been tearing down America and tearing down statues. To come up with this, talk to us about the concept and then the execution. How did you guys get this done in this amount of time?
Well, you know, a lot of that credit actually goes to Vince Haley. Vince Haley is a huge fan of Caesar Rodney. Vince Haley was very much about the prison ship and wanted to honor the prison ship and the 12 soldiers and the whole thing. And so he was really he was the initial idea to actually get this started, and he believed in it. And he believed in, you know, I'm a sculptor and an artist, believed in me to get it done. And so we basically, people don't do these things. I think we were on War Room yesterday, and Steve said, this sounds like a crazy concept. Everybody thought it was a crazy concept. People don't build things like this anymore. And so, fortunately, the president is a builder. The president has vision. And Vince took that and gave me the idea, and then, you know, I got to execute it. And so, of course, these are all in bronze. And it shows that we can build again. It shows that the country is not going to be stagnant. If you take statues down, we can now build them. We can now build them almost as quickly as you take them down. You know, we can do all sorts of things with technology. We use a lot of interesting technologies to build these statues, contemporary technologies, 3D printing, and all sorts of other things combined with classical waxwork, bronze casting. And so it was a really interesting process. And again, there's nothing like it right now in the country, but I hope this is the blueprint to continue to do this everywhere.
And we got to work. Hang on, Ben, hang on. I want to connect some dots here. Vince Haley was a guy, came from Newts, and he was one of the speechwriting team in the first administration. He was one of the chief architects of that great speech about defense of Western civilization that took place in Poland when President Trump really talked about America as a central entity to defend Western Christendom. And Vince was very integral in the speech last night. You hear a lot of Vince Haley in there, particularly the anti-communist. What I so admire and I love about Vince as a historian, we talk about these prison ships. When Patrick K. O'Donnell and others come on and we start talking about, hey, right after the Declaration was signed, the British had already sent an expeditionary force. And a couple of weeks in New York Harbor at the exact place David Zier is today, and exactly where the tall ships are going to come through Verrazano's, underneath the Verrazano Bridge, right there, the strait between Staten Island and mainland of Long Island. 32,000 combat troops, 300 combatants of the Royal Navy, the greatest Navy in the world. Those prisoners that were taken were put on these horrible prisoner ships right where the Brooklyn Navy Yard is right now. If you're in Manhattan, you look across the Brooklyn Bridge, right over there on the other side, on the kind of the left-hand side of it, you're south of it, is where these prison ships. More individuals died in captivity under the British hands on those prison ships than died in combat in the Revolution. I mean, when we say we lost 4,000 men in the Revolution, I think he lost another, ask Matthew, I think there was another 12,000 that died on the prison ships in horrible conditions. Those were all casualties of war. And that's why it's so amazing to tie it all together. You've got those prison ships there. And the first time I've really seen them represented so people understand, hey, this was a brutal conflict, right? You talk about concentration camps. We had concentration camps in the Revolutionary War, and they were called the prison ships at the Brooklyn Navy Yard. Ben Berquam.
Yeah, Matt's got comms now, so I'm going to hand it over.
Yeah, this is one of those pieces of history that I don't think anyone realizes. And the thing is, they could have walked off these ships if they just gave it up. If they just said, you know what, I'm for the king. These ships didn't even have sails. They were decommissioned. They were left to rot. And, you know, of course, the HMS Jersey is one of the most famous. And the thing, there's not a lot of monuments to it. There's a small monument in New York Harbor. But we really wanted to take you on the experience. That's why these panels exist. For me, as the designer, I was inspired by the pieces of the Berlin Wall that were shipped all over the world to show the dictatorialness of communism in that era. So that's actually why they're panels in the first place. And so I want you to step into the ship. I want you to hear the water. I want you to feel the instability of the sizes of the panels and see those things. And of course, the final panel is the one where there's victory, and then you go into the rest of the exhibition. It's an experience. You know, again, a lot of monuments are not experiential. You see the monument, oh, that's cool. With this one, you walk into it, you feel it, you hear it, you know, and of course it's hot in DC. You feel it in a lot of different ways. So, but yeah, this is really important that these people could have been set free, but the numbers were staggering. They were left to die. And so we really hope that people walk away from the Prison Ship Martyr exhibition really having a taste for the things that our forefathers did to free us so that we can, you know, enjoy the country that we live in now.
Matthew, give me a minute on Vince Haley, just one more time. Now that you got comms, I mean, Vince is an extraordinary young man. Has just done an incredible job. He's now, I think, head of the Domestic Policy Council, but one of the chief speechwriters, really the architect of a lot of the policies, but also the framing and thinking of the MAGA movement in a rising star. Talk to us about Vince.
Vince Haley and I have known each other for a long time, and I had the great honor to make some movies with him and Newt Gingrich. And he's just a very deep thinker, a deep intellect. He cares about American history. He understands these ideas. You know, he first called me and said, hey, we want to do something about the prison ship martyrs. What do you want to do? And I, as an artist and a designer, am really grateful to someone like Vince who let the artist do their work, and he's hugely supportive. He's hugely patriotic. This does not exist without Vince Haley. He's absolutely a critical intellectual in the movement, a critical intellectual for America, and the stuff he's doing with 250 and everything is absolutely amazing. So I'm forever grateful to Vince Haley to be allowed to do something at this scale, and he had the faith in me to build many things and bring in the people I needed to bring in. So thank you, Vince, and America is grateful for your service.
No, and by the way, this is the way you punch back. This is the way you push back culturally. Okay, how do people see this, Matthew? Where do they go? How do they see it? How long is it going to be up?
So right now it's going to be up for 6 months to a year, and people can come visit Freedom Plaza, which is at 14th and Pennsylvania. It's near the City Hall. It's near the World War I monument, and it's also near the Willard. It's right next to the White House. It's a prominent location in the middle of the city, And we hope to have this. I think they're estimating 50 million people will visit this year for the 250. So please, everybody come by, everybody get pictures, everybody experience what we built here.
Matthew, your coordinates on social media, where they go for your content, because you're putting up a lot, and you really got your shoulder to the wheel to help the president, Vince Haley, and everybody that culturally is trying to take the high ground here in the 250th year. Where do people go?
m.a._Taylor is my Instagram, which is the only place I'm posting right now, but I will be resurrecting my ex soon.
Ben Berquam, we got a special announcement for you today. I think if we can put it up, your new book for War Room Press, you're following Dr. Thayer. Your new book is up. In fact, I think it's your first book, is up now on Amazon for pre-order. Give me besides the brilliant foreword that is written by Stephen K. Bannon, tell us about the book.
Well, you can't get into the book without you can't miss the foreword, because it is brilliant, by the one and only Stephen K. Bannon. It's an absolute honor. It's about my journey the last 10 years, actually almost coming up on 10 years this August, from crack addiction and being in the depths of hell to where God has brought me to today. And that journey, it's called Step Into Fear. And you can pre-order now. It's going to set to publish at the end of August, beginning of September. And it's all about that. It's about my journey, but it's really about our journey as patriots, as God's children, how God can redeem your life, can turn your life around. And everything
Amen.
Hinges on fear. Every chapter is about a different stage of fear in my life and how I overcame that, or how it controlled me, and ultimately how God used it to turn me into the man I am today. That's my prayer, is that it will help anybody who's going through that, no matter where you're at in your journey. And the coolest part about it, besides the foreword, is every chapter has links. So we've got QR codes in every chapter, so you can actually go and watch the videos. So when I'm talking about the shootout in the jungle, you can go watch the shootout in the jungle. When I'm talking about when we're going up against BLM and Antifa, you can go watch those, confronting Adam Schiff. So there's stories all throughout the book that tie back to it, and all of those stories have QR links that you can go and watch the video. So it's more of an interactive book. I'm not that big a reader, and so for the folks out there that are the same way, it's like you can watch the videos, you can read the book, and really experience those 10 years.
We're going to make this a New York Times #1 bestseller. It's an incredible book about a journey. You have to buy the book to answer the question, when he goes through his fears, was the greatest fear in his life working for Stephen K. Bannon in the War Room as a correspondent? You got to buy the book. You got to buy the book to find out. I'm not going to tip our hand here. You got to buy. Ben Berquam, great job. We'll see you later today at the anchor desk on the mall. Matthew, hopefully we'll do this again next week in a little more depth. It's fantastic. Congratulations.
Absolutely.
Congratulations to Vince, the president, everybody. Love you guys.
Thank you.
Admiral Masso, the British Expeditionary Force, the Royal Navy, which is the most powerful Navy in the world. And quite frankly, as you know, what we modeled the American Navy on, we're kind of the heirs to the British Navy.
Yes, sir.
People forget those prison ships, in Brooklyn Harbor. Pretty awful, correct?
Oh, absolutely. It was inhuman. It really was. And there was no hope. You walked aboard, you were incarcerated, you were not fed, you were not given water, your living conditions were totally unsatisfactory, including, biological needs, things of that nature. And we held them accountable ultimately. But yes, we did. We lost more people in the prison ships than we did really in actual combat arms.
That's what they don't count. They only count, I think, 4,400. I keep saying you're not including the prison ships, or I think 12,000.
No.
I think 12,000 died there, right? 12,000 were all direct.
You've got a renowned expert, Patrick K. O'Donnell, who's a dear friend of mine, and I just was with him last weekend. And I'm reading his book right now, his new book, Revolutionary Snipers. It's I'm into about 150 pages. But he can get into more details on that as well, and that's the type of historian he is. He digs deep into the backstory of anything, and really provides a perspective you'll never get in a college classroom.
The greatest combat historian of his generation. He's going to join us later. Eric Metaxas is going to join us later. We are packed. We're going to 1 o'clock here. At 12 o'clock, we'll be shifting a little bit down to the mall. Berkwam, and then we'll pick it up at 2. We've got a great documentary at 1 o'clock you do not want to miss. 2 o'clock, back to the mall for coverage. We're back here at the War Room from 5 to 7. Then we're going to toss it to the main stage for this extravaganza about the history of the United States. Then the Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States, will take the stage to address the nation. Then the largest fireworks display in history. On the 250th birthday of the greatest nation on earth, it's 4th of July, as only Real America's Voice in the War Room can commemorate it. We're going to go back to New York Harbor when we return after a short commercial break.
250 years ago, ordinary men and women did something extraordinary. They stood up. They spoke out. They chose freedom. They didn't know what the future would hold, only that it was worth fighting for. And now, that future is ours. At 250 years strong, America stands at a crossroads once again. Not defined by politicians or headlines, but by the character and courage of her people. That's why millions have joined AMAC. Not just for benefits, but to be part of something greater. A voice for freedom. A force for truth. A movement of Americans who still believe in this country and are willing to stand up for it. As we celebrate 250 years of liberty, we're not just honoring the past, we're shaping the next 50 years together. Join AMAC. Stand for freedom. Be part of America's next chapter.
How are you going to celebrate America's 250th birthday? Well, we at Real America's Voice have a suggestion. The new Angel Studios summer blockbuster, Young Washington. This is one that you want to see in the theaters. Take a quick look.
What happened, Washington? All those bullet holes in your jacket. How are you alive? I don't know.
This is the must-see film, and it's very affordable. Right now, you can get an Angel Premium Guild membership for just $15 a month, with that price set for the entire year. And not only will you get 2 free tickets to see Young Washington in theaters, you will also get 2 free tickets to every single theatrical release by Angel. Plus, you get access to the entire Angel streaming library. So scan the QR code on your screen right now or go to angel.com/rev to get that limited time price today.
America's story was forged on the seas, and 250 years later, that legacy sails on. Join Real America's Voice for Sail Forth 250, a spectacular waterfront celebration featuring the International Naval Review, majestic tall ships, powerful military vessels, and a breathtaking patriotic tribute to America's enduring spirit of freedom. Sail Forth 250 starts right now.
David Zier, I think we're 40 minutes late. I'm going to get Masso, Sonny Masso, Admiral Masso, back in charge of this thing. Sonny Masso hits his marks. When it starts at a certain time, you can guarantee with Sonny it's going to start. David, you got to guess. What do you got going on the decks of the Kearsarge?
Yeah, Steve, we got former Trump campaign senior advisor Mark Serrano with us, and we're looking at the Queen Mary 2. We got the DDG, the USS Farragut in front of us, the Freedom Tower behind us, an incredible. And before we bring on Mark, I just wanted to add, Steve, you know, the French helped us spy on the British up here in Westchester, about 5-8 miles north of the George Washington Bridge here, to get some recon. Also, this was a critical point, as you know, for the British to cut off New England from the troops, right? So, Mark, what an incredible day, right? What do we got coming up ahead?
Well, I'll tell you what, David, where else in the world would you want to be than right now, anywhere than right here?
Actually, there's a pizza place on Staten Island right there.
That sounds good right now. Look, this is going to be an amazing display today. We've obviously got the vice president will be, the main speaker. But we've got an international flotilla. You got the boat review from navies across the country and across the world. We've got an air show that's going to go an hour, nonstop.
Helicopters, Blue Angels, other aircraft here. But also, this started yesterday here, and it goes through July 8th. And this is a great place to bring your kids, Steve. You know, I was here for Columbus's
amazing.
500th anniversary with 500 ships. It was absolutely amazing. I was here in 77, a year after the bicentennial.
Yep.
But yeah, an exciting week.
No, it's okay. So we're going to do a naval review of combatants, actual naval vessels of the world. We're going to have a tall ships review. In addition, at the time, probably towards the end of the naval review, when the tall ships, we're going to have one of the greatest aerial displays of combat power for hours of low. They're going to come in low and fast over New York Harbor. If I just get you in Serrano, I would just want to get the lexicon right. A boat is a submarine. A ship is a combatant. So today we're dealing with ships. I don't think we got any boats out there, so we got some ships. Talk to me about the USS Farragut. I think that's going to pass and review. That's actually going to review the fleet, isn't it? And I believe they got the Secretary of Navy and maybe the Chief of Naval Operations on it.
He's either landing here, Hung Cao, the acting Secretary of Navy, or he's going to land on deck here. We expect that momentarily, actually. They're telling us that aircraft will be coming inbound. And J.D. Vance will be arriving about 9:35 if they keep to that schedule here. But Steve wants to talk about these incredible DDG guided missile destroyers. We have the Farragut here. We've got the Bainbridge. I think the Gridley's in town. Maybe the Nitz, the Jason Dunham. I believe it may be in New York Harbor here. But these things, you can't operate a Navy without these Aegis-class defense-oriented ships.
Look,
right?
thanks to Donald Trump, this is the greatest Navy in the world. And we're building more new, magnificent new ships all the time. And we need the extra $1.5 trillion for this defense budget that's going to be planned this year in the NDAA. And that's what it's going to purchase. We've got to restore our Navy to its greatness. Donald Trump is on his way to doing that. And we're going to see a display today of some of the greatest. Last night, staying in Lower Manhattan, you see these young, sailors, teams of them everywhere.
Yeah, 16,000 plus.
Amazing.
Coast Guard, Merchant Marine.
Every street corner, and they're so
US
proud to be
Marine.
here. I was talking to a naval chaplain this morning, and I said, what's it like being a naval chaplain under this commander-in-chief? And he just said, we've got religious freedom back.
Well, Pete Hegseth helped restore that, too, in the Pentagon, right? Where it's not just a spiritual guide. It's okay to embrace your Christianity and your religion here without being ashamed of that. But, Steve, I also wanted to add today, New York Harbor is going to be so much activity. They're going to drop the ball tonight in Times Square, I think 7 different times for a global broadcast. And the July 4th fireworks here from the Macy's Day Parade has like 85,000 shells, more than last year. Took them 12 days to prepare it. A 75-person crew here, 240 different positions across the Brooklyn Bridge. Another spectacular fireworks display, in addition to Washington's biggest ever, right, in world history.
This event almost didn't happen, David, last night.
Yeah, tell us about the storm last night.
So last night, the set was in position. Great team, has worked all week long. Heck, they've been working for months on this with the Navy down in Norfolk. And out of nowhere, they're all in position, right? And this is a vice presidential event, so you got to have everything perfect. Out of nowhere, this massive squall shows up and knocks, material into the harbor, knocked the staging down. There were crews up all night long.
Yeah, I saw them cleaning up. Maybe it's part of the
vice
delays.
president was told about it, sent photos. And he said, no, we're still going.
The show must go on, Steve, here. And I just wanted to add, when they're dropping that ball in Times Square later, they're doing it 7 different times because I think it covers all the 7 different time zones for the U.S. and U.S. territories, going all the way out to Guam, if I'm not mistaken.
Hang on one second. I'm going to go to Pascal. Is Cleo Pascal still with us? Cleo, what about that? 7 time zones? That's where they're dropping in 7 different times, man, all the way to your beloved territories in the Western Pacific?
They are. And just quick prayers for those who are willing to share them with the people of Saipan and Guam. There's another super typhoon heading their way. They're still celebrating the 4th. I'm getting messages from them about that, but they are facing a little bit of another testing time. They were just hit by, especially Saipan, hit by Sinlaku super typhoon and are still recovering from that. But this is a very big country. If you go to the northernmost point in Alaska and the southernmost point in American Samoa, another part of the U.S., easternmost point in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and westernmost points, if you ignore the dateline, in Guam and CNMI, Commonwealth of Northern Mariana Islands, you can see within the heart of that diamond that it's really the Central Pacific. That is the heart of America and has been since at least 1898. So yes, it is a very big country.
Talk about those giants of the 19th century. By the way, David Zier and Serrano are repositioning. We're going to go back to them and Admiral Masso in a moment. Talk about that. The giants of the 19th century, Manifest Destiny. They understood very early on that America did not end at the shoreline of California, Oregon, and Washington. It was much bigger than that, and that's why these are territories of the United States of America. This is why we say there are 56 exhibit halls, on the state fairs. You got the 50 states, but then you got the, I guess it's the 5. Cleo always corrects me on this. There's 5 territories in Washington D.C. Is that how we get to the 56?
That's correct. There are 14 U.S. territories, 5 are inhabited, and then there's Washington, D.C., the District of Columbia. So that's the 56 represented at the Great American State Fair, state and territorial and district fair, if you want to make it very long. So yes, this goes back to 1898 and the Spanish-American War, and President McKinley was very clear. This was the first statement of this idea of the Central Pacific being a core part of the U.S., where he said that Dewey's fleet had to take the Spanish possessions. They had to go to Manila, because otherwise the U.S. couldn't refit on that side of the globe. But he also said that California and Oregon wouldn't be safe. So it was very clear, even at that early stage.
Slow down. Repeat that. This is well before, half a century before World War II and the attack on Pearl Harbor. What did McKinley and these giants say about that Oregon and Washington and California would never be safe until you anchored their safety in the Western Pacific, ma'am?
That's correct. And then that had this whole chain of events where you then got the Great White Fleet going through the region, going to the new possessions of that same year, 1898. The U.S. also annexed Hawaii. And remember, the French had actually sacked Honolulu in the middle of the 19th century. And again, there was concern that if a hostile, aggressive power set up in the center of the Pacific, and at that time it was mostly the Europeans that they were concerned about, the Spanish mostly, but also the French, the Germans, the Brits were all in the center of the Pacific at that point. Then the U.S. wouldn't be safe. They could cut off trade. That was a very big concern even in the 1840s and 1850s, because the U.S. couldn't expand economically to the east. That was the big block of Europe. Europe was full and protectionist and defending itself. So for the U.S. to expand, it had to expand first to the west, Manifest Destiny, but it continued across through to the Pacific. And a big part of, for example, looking at getting into the Philippines was as a stepping stone to that, to the mirage of the China market. Not a lot of things change over time. The geography doesn't change, and we need to remember those lessons. So we had the Great White Fleet, we had the building of what became the Panama Canal, this total expansion out. And it's worth remembering also, after the war, after World War II, every single U.S. president from 61 to 81 had served in the U.S. Navy and had served in the Pacific during World War II, except for Carter, who was a submariner. So these are people who really knew deep in their hearts the importance of the Pacific, and they didn't want more Americans to die there. That's why they offered this incredible, unique arrangement with the three countries of the Central Pacific, Palau, Federated States of Micronesia, and Marshall Islands, to become independent countries, but in free association with the U.S. So those people serve in the U.S. military, can live and work in the U.S., in recognition of the geographic importance of the Central Pacific to the United States of America.
Cleo Pascal, you're going to stick around with us. We got Admiral Sonny Masso. He's got a whole American Naval History Museum that he's working on. We'll talk about that. We're going to go back as soon as we reposition. Our own David Zier. Jack Posobiec's down in the Battery. He's going to give us a view from there. Patrick K. O'Donnell is going to join us. Eric Metaxas is going to join us. We're wall to wall today on the celebration and commemoration of the birth of the greatest nation in mankind's history, the United States of America. Real America's Voice. Keep it here all day until, I don't know, midnight tonight, whenever the fireworks are done. May have a storm or two in the interim. Stick around. We're flexible. May call a couple audibles. Short commercial break. One Nation takes you out. Back in a moment.
The Summer of Soccer is available with Fubo. Stream your favorite players and teams, all the rivalries and upsets. Watch every match live on all your devices. Start watching at FuboTV.com.
The system is outdated and archaic and vulnerable to title fraud, a growing scam the FBI now calls house stealing. Scammers can now easily download and forge one document, apply one fake notary stamp, and then file it with the recorder. Just like that, the property has been taken out of your name. Then they borrow against your home using your equity.
Find out if you're already a victim. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now.
Old school online security tools leave you half protected. Get NordVPN with a next-gen antivirus. Avoid online scams, malware, and phishing. Get NordVPN today.
Leaf filter gutter protection helps prevent costly damage to your home, like rotting fascia, soffit, and foundation damage. But not all gutter protection is the same. Let's put them to the test. In heavy rain, these hood-style guards just can't keep up. In lighter rain, debris can flow into the gap. It's like an invitation. Don't give debris an invitation. Filter it out with Leaf Filter.
Schedule your free gutter inspection today. Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or visit LEAFFilter.com.
The gun grabbers are licking their chops. If they seize Congress in November, they've already promised an all-out assault weapons ban.
We will have legislation.
So we're giving away the rifle they'd like to ban the most. Your National Association for Gun Rights, America's no-compromise gun lobby, is giving away a Barrett M82A1 50 caliber rifle. Enter to win and chip in to help us fight back. Visit gunrights.org/RAV.
You're watching Sail Forth 250, a celebration of America's 250th anniversary on Real America's Voice.
Okay, I'm going to go to Admiral Sonny Masso, the International Naval Review, about to get underway. I don't know, Sonny. I think I got to talk to the president. I think we got to put you back in charge. Sonny Masso, because you've served on many combatants, when you're told to hit your marks, you hit your marks. Talk to me about the Western Pacific. You're a Pacific Fleet sailor, what Cleo just said. And also I want to talk about your Naval Historical Museum that you're setting up, sir.
Well, thank you very much. And of course, the Pacific is everything that Cleo brilliantly stated. And of course, everything goes back to 1898, including the Philippine insurrection and things of that nature. But the island chains, she spoke about the threat of storms and tropical storms and that, and Saipan, Guam, Tinian, Rota, all places that you yourself are familiar with. But all of that comes back to how we were able to defend and really even acquire greater real estate in World War II under the leadership of both Admiral Nimitz and General MacArthur. But the Pacific is an area that I'm intimately familiar with, as are most sailors. And that's kind of where you earn your bones, and you go back. I remember sailing through the real estate, metaphorically, that included, the Battle of the Coral Sea, great stories there, the Battle of Midway, moving on to others, Leyte Gulf, things of that nature, and of course, there's brilliant history that's been written about all those
Sonny,
things.
give me a couple of minutes, because Captain Sean Spicer is on the USS Nimitz, which is in the harbor today, and this kind of shocks me. I now feel like an old man for the first time ever, because this is the last cruise of the Nimitz. Talk to us about Chester Nimitz. What don't the American people know about him? And of course, the aircraft carrier is it's pretty stunning. It's being, I guess it's going to be decommissioned.
Well, it is, and it's interesting, and I'll come back specifically to Admiral Nimitz, but for me in my career, on a midshipman cruise in 1975, I was on the destroyer Blandy, astern of the Nimitz as she deployed for the very first time, and it kind of makes you feel like you've been around the block a few times. But Admiral Nimitz himself was from Fredericksburg, Texas, a German community. He wanted to go to West Point, and of course, what is more landlocked than Fredericksburg, Texas? He was in the class of 1906, and he was a dear friend, roommate of a friend of mine's grandfather, Tom Church, who retired as a vice admiral himself. But Admiral Nimitz had been offered the Pacific Fleet and turned it down because he felt like he would be too junior. But his classmate, Husband A. Kimmel, came in and took that job with much of the same qualifications. And of course, on that dark day, on 7 December 41, Pearl Harbor, things got out of hand, and Kimmel was relieved and replaced by Nimitz. But Nimitz was given a lot of territory to be in charge of, a lot of whole cloth to develop into strategic plans with very strong personalities surrounding him. You had Admiral Bill Leahy, who was the chief of staff to the President of the United States, FDR. You had Ernest King, who was kind of the CNO. You had, and a very strong personality. And, he had a lot of obstacles, including, and not the least of which was General MacArthur, who kind of fancied himself as being in charge of everything in his domain. If he could see it, he owned it. But a guy like Nimitz came in, and first of all, he didn't blame anybody. Everyone was prepared to resign when he came aboard in January of 42, and he said, "No, stay." And he started listening to what I would call truth to power. So his brilliant intelligence staffs and things like that had ideas, but they weren't necessarily listened to until he got there. And when he listened to them, he was able to take their advice into actionable intelligence to prosecute the war. And some of his earliest achievements, the Battle of the Coral Sea, we lost 3 ships there, severely damaged the carrier Yorktown. They towed the Yorktown that had a big hole in its flight deck, which the crew fundamentally repaired. But when they got into the Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard, they said, "Yeah, we're going to need about 6 months to get her back in battery." And he said, "No, you have 3 days." So he gives them 3 days. There's a bunch of sand crabs, as we used to call them, yard workers, working all the way up through to get them into the fight in the Battle of Midway. They performed magnificently and actually were sunk. But a guy like Nimitz was, he was a gentle giant. He wasn't a screamer like we may have known, but quite an individual. The history of the Nimitz is brilliant, and I'm sad to see her go.
It's amazing you were a midshipman on your midshipman cruise on her first deployment, and now you're here today as an admiral, a former admiral, or an admiral retired, and doing coverage, helping us with the coverage today, and talk about your American Naval History Museum. Hang on for 1 second, Sonny. We now have Jack Posobiec up. Jack, tell us where you are and what is your vantage point today for the Naval Review.
Well, Steve, I got to tell you, this is just an incredible moment to be here. America's 250th. We're right here at Battery Park. Lady Liberty just behind us. Her torch is flying high today. Her torch is held high. We've got right at the southern tip of Manhattan Island. The boats are coming past us. The ships are coming by. We've got an incredible crowd of patriots here. People are excited. Is anyone excited for the 4th of July today? Just an absolutely incredible crowd. People are so excited to see the ships. You know, we're naming the ships. We're going through. We're walking through the details. And we need to remember, Steve, that 250 years ago today, there was another fleet right here in New York Harbor. And that was not the Americans. It was the British fleet. The British had occupied this harbor. They had occupied this town.
Hold it, Posobiec, we're going to get into all that, and I'm glad you found. How in the hell did you get up there? Last time I saw you, you're banging on the door of the war room. You know, I'm in a conference call in a meeting. You're banging on the door of the war room with the Kevin Posobiec. You're going to some big gala. You know, you're one of the big shots in town. You go to some big gala. How in the hell did you get to New York City? When did you get there in the middle of the night, and how did you do it?
Steve, we run on full American patriotism around here. So whether we're in Philadelphia, whether we're in D.C. or New York City, we're in Liberty State Park last night. It don't matter because we are going to celebrate this country. We're going to celebrate the 250th. We know that the old girl, she's facing some headwinds, but we're going to make sure she makes it through the choppy seas.
Talk to me. You're a Philadelphia boy, you and Kevin, the Posobiec brothers. What's going on in Philadelphia today? I think you were trying to do the show there yesterday. What's going on?
Well, honestly, in the city of Philadelphia, just like many of the other towns up and down the East Coast, because of the heat wave that's hit in, this oppressive heat wave, a lot of the celebrations, a lot of the planning, the parades, the outdoor daytime events have been actually curtailed or shut down. So we could see the floats going by. There's been some indoor events, some speeches, and then late night, they are still doing the fireworks, drone shows, things like that. But there's a huge concert that I believe was planned for tonight. And last I heard, they had postponed that concert in Philadelphia. So I think what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to pull up chocks here in New York when all of this is done, the aerial review, the naval review, and then we're going to head back to D.C. for the largest fireworks display in world history.
Jack, talk to me about that for a second because, you know, Peter Navarro, we were going to go live at 11 o'clock. Peter and Bonnie were going to be our guys down at the D.C. parade. About an hour ago, 2 hours ago, that got canceled because yesterday it was 103 in D.C. The heat index was 115. I mean, it's worse, Jack, than the time you and I spent out in Arizona. It's the humidity is oppressive, and they had a couple of people drop out during the day yesterday on the mall. What is important now? They've canceled already the parade, the 4th of July parade in Washington, D.C., and they're telling people to be very, very careful. In fact, our stage, our studio down there is, we're getting additional power to it, but it's even a tough time keeping the power going given all the medical tents that need it. What do you know so far?
Well, Steve, that's exactly right. And I will say that even at the Turning Point USA event last night, we did face a couple issues with the power. I think the D.C. power grid, like a lot of the power grids around the East Coast, is taking a hit. It's absolutely been running at full capacity with the AC's been pumping. And of course, look, if you're going to have a situation where you've got small kids, my kids are here, but you know, if you got small kids that are out in the humidity like this, you've got a lot of people out, you want to be careful, you want to make sure that people are able to be safe. And of course, that's where the president's coming from, saying, look, you know, if we can do something later on, if we can do something, and the other cities are making that call as well, do something after sundown when the humidity kicks down, because Steve, that really is what it is. It is so incredibly humid out here. It's not like when we were out covering Arizona or some of the other places out west. You come out here and you are wrapped in a velvet sweater of just heat and oppression. But that's okay. Because Steve, it's all about celebrating our country. And in fact, we did have some rain come through last night that knocked it out a little bit. So, but I imagine it's going to be fighting. It's going to be by 11 o'clock when this thing is really hitting its high point. It is going to be absolutely a sauna out here.
Jack, you're at the Battery at the tip of Manhattan, down by the financial district.
Yep. Yeah, we got Admiral Dewey's right over here.
The historic Battery. Okay, I'm gonna come right back to you. We got Admiral Sonny Masso. We got Jack Posobiec on station at the Battery. On the USS Kearsarge, we have David Zier. Of course, I'm making him move around. He got, David's always going to get the best shot. The International Naval Review of the Combatants is about to start. We're going to have the biggest air combat show ever. Flyovers constantly for hours. The tall ships. New York City is where it's kicked off. You know why? New York was considered the jewel in the crown. You take New York, you take the Hudson River, you split the United States, the colonies in two. You get those radicals of John Adams and those Bostonians separated from Pennsylvania and the Commonwealth of Virginia. And the British would have a quick and decisive victory. Didn't quite work out like that. And we're kicking off the 250th year. To, in the entire year, walk you through how not just did we have a revolution, we declared independence, we declared war on the British Crown and Commons, and we won a war of independence. You know where we won? You know why we won. We never quit. You don't quit, you're going to win. Short commercial break, Real America's Voice War Room. We're here to at least midnight tonight to commemorate and celebrate the birthday of the greatest nation on earth. Back in a moment.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shopped. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
It's time for Operation America 250. Yeah. We're gonna go see Young Washington in theaters this 4th of July. Yeah! Now they expect us to walk through the front door and pay $30 for 2 tickets. But we're gonna take them by surprise and sign up with Angel for $15 and get 2 free tickets to Young Washington.
Plus 2 tickets to every Angel movie coming to theaters. We're talking The Brink of War, Runner, Angel and the Bad Man, Drummer Boy, Hershey, and Zero AD.
And those are just the ones coming out this year.
Those tickets are included with streaming Angel's whole library?
You know it, for just $15 a month. That's the America 250 offer.
Let's storm the theaters!
With Angel tickets for Young Washington. For America! Celebrate America 250 with Angel Premium. Get instant streaming access and 2 tickets to Young Washington in theaters July.
1 in 4 kids grows up without a father. That's not just a bland statistic. It's a national crisis. I'm John Popola, host of Dad Saves America and CEO of Emergent Order Foundation. I like to say we're what it would look like if Warner Brothers and PBS had a baby that actually loved America. We're building a movement that defends the family and calls men to step up, not check out. Visit dsa-rav.com today to take a stand for fatherhood and the American family.
You're watching Sail Forth 250, a celebration of America's 250th anniversary on Real America's Voice.
Okay, welcome back. We've got my co-host has now arrived. You sure? You know, hair and makeup. By the way, I was on Admiral Masso about he's got to take back over this Navy because we're late on the hitting our marks in this review. But the show started at 0700. What is this? You're in full princess mode, okay?
But I'll be out there until midnight tonight.
So Mo is Mo and I think Burquan. We're going to take it at noon. Go to 1 documentary at 1, 2 o'clock. Pick up from our studio again to 5 o'clock. We're back at 5. I think we're going to be here for the thunderstorm right now. They're saying on top of everything else, and the 103-degree heat and the 115-degree heat index. I think they're saying a massive thunderstorm from 5 to 7. Of course, 7 to like 9:30 is going to be this magnificent extravaganza of the story of America. It's going to be 29 cameras. You don't want to miss this. The Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States, picks up at 9:30. He's going to address the nation. And man, if he gives a throwdown like he gave last night, God bless you, President Trump. Just as Vince Haley and the speechwriters, just one thing. It's Marxist jihadist or communist jihadist. Don't forget the jihad How are you doing? You ready for your star turn today?
I am. I'm very much looking forward to everything down at the National Mall. I know it's going to be hot, definitely hotter than it is in Florida right now.
It's so great. We're starting with the Navy all day. Now, we already had Army. We already had Mark Lucas on, gave us the Continental Army early in the 7 o'clock hour. Maybe you caught that over your while you were in hair and makeup.
I did, and the show has been great thus far. But thanks. I remember we did our Army 250 last summer.
Fabulous.
And
and you're older than the Navy.
Walked past it, the parade route yesterday that the Army 250 parade was. So it brought back some memories from last summer.
Bonnie and Navarro are going to be at the parade this morning. The parade has already been canceled in Washington, D.C. Many of and to be perfectly blunt, I think it's wise that some of these things are being, and I'm a person that says, don't cancel. You got to show how tough you are. It's so horrible. I've been working in the studio every night till like 11 o'clock midnight getting ready for this, and you walk outside last night, 93 degrees at 11 o'clock at night and 90% humidity. It's too much.
It was. I went to dinner last night, and walking to dinner, it was still in the hundreds walking.
Yeah.
And by the time leaving, I think it was still in the hundreds, 11 p.m. It was in the 90s.
Just too much.
So, and I was watching the news, the local news, before I went to sleep, and they were saying that there were 40 people that had heat issues yesterday just at the Great American State Fair, and some of them were serious. So, if you do go down there today, make sure to drink water, stay in the hydrating tents, just be very careful.
And wear a hat, sunstroke. In fact, the generators to support, we've got a great studio down there. We're going to have anchors down there later. The studio, the generators, some of the generators have been given already to the medical tent, so it's just to be wise. Do I have Zier back up yet? Okay, Zier's repositioning right now. He's been on the Kearsarge all morning. It's been fantastic. Do I have Jack? Let's go back to the battery. Pasovic, tell me why are we 40 minutes late on this naval review? The United States Navy is known for hitting their marks at the exact time we're supposed to be doing things, sir.
Well, Steve, we're here. We got Kevin Pasovic here as well.
Happy 250th, posse.
Kevin's watching our back while we're out here. We got the family. We got the Goodyear blimp, by the way, just about to come over us. A couple passes of Old Glory. They got her flying around. We're seeing the start of the parade now up the Hudson River.
Hang on. Slow down. Hang on. Did the Secret Service approve both Pasovic brothers? We got two Pasovic brothers on the battery. I thought he was just your chauffeur. You told me he was the duty driver. He's part of the show. Does he have a media pass?
This is duty driver. This is security. This guy, aide de camp. We got him out here. And you can see, by the way, we got Lady Liberty there, Ellis Island right behind us, of course. But it really goes. That's Destroyer, and we've got a huge complement of folks that are here. But I got to tell you, Steve, most of the people here are proud Americans, people here who are proud patriots, who want to see their country, who want to see another 250 years, who want to see our country be successful. People are happy, people are excited, and we really want to see these tall ships, because remember, 250 years ago, this harbor, this very harbor, these very waters that we are on top of today, were surrounded by the British fleet. That was the most powerful fleet on the face of the planet at the time. Now they're coming to the United States, which is now, 250 years later, taken that role as the most powerful country on the face of the planet.
Ben, Jack, before he came on, we had Matthew Taylor and Ben Berquam down at the Liberty Plaza in this new kind of statutory hall that they put out there with all these. They got Caesar Rodney back and from the BLM, from the Summer of Love. And that's now been placed there in a place of honor. You've got 19 new statues, all this. But it starts off, Vince Haley started it off with a commemoration of from the Brooklyn Navy Yard of the prison ships. And I keep telling folks, these were the first concentration camps. I mean, I think we had 12,000, 12,000 died. And mainly these were prisoners from that initial battle when the Expeditionary Force came over. And they were outside of Staten Island. Remember, they landed on Long Island. We had that horrible series of, strategic retreats, let's call it, by General Washington and the Continental Army to save the Army. But 12,000 American patriots died on those ships. in horrible conditions. Some of them, it took years to die, but it's one of the great kind of war crimes of the American Revolution. Talk to me about that. What was in New York 250 years ago today,
Well, Steve,
particularly in the coming weeks?
Well, and Steve, that's exactly right. And so we have to remember that as well. We have to remember what those patriots fought for. In fact, there was a signer of the Declaration of Independence. His son was on one of those ships and was kept as a prisoner. And the British came to him and they said, "We have your son, and he's in these filthy conditions." That's how the British Empire rolled, by the way. They broke you. They held you and they broke you. And they said, come with us. Why don't you come and we'll let your son out. We don't want him in one of those prison ships. But all you have to do is take your name off the Declaration of Independence. All you have to do is strike your name from the record and say you recant, that you don't actually want an independent country, and swear allegiance to the crown. He refused, just like every single other signer of the Declaration who was put to the sword or had family members that were captured by the British. Every single one of them refused, because they knew that if the British take power, they would kill them anyway, that they would hang them anyway. And they said, you know what? Our sacrifices will not be in vain. Our familial sacrifices, the sacrifices of our children, the sacrifices of our own lives, they will not be in vain, because the country that grows from this land will be the dominant country on the face of the planet. And so those boys died. Tens, thousands of people died on those ships with rat-infested. There was cannibalism going on, some of the most unhuman conditions on the face of the planet, similar to the conditions that Zoran Mandami wants to get for the city, by the way. And that's what we went through, and that's what we're still going to keep fighting for.
But talk to me about that. The president last night in Mount Rushmore, I happen to believe this is one of the best speeches he's ever given, and I appreciate Vince and the team for really changing the center, not just the celebration of America, but the fact that we not just celebrate, but we fight for this country. And that's what this is, a commemoration of the fight, okay? It started with these amazing principles of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But it was a declaration of war against the British crown, and we were ready to fight, although we had some tough moments. Talk to me about the speech last night, and Mandami sitting in the back of the desk of George Washington yesterday and really throwing down, saying, hey, open borders is what really works, sir.
Well, Steve, I really think that you got to put the two speeches together. You've got to read Mandami's speech, and then you see the president's speech was a response to it, where he came down hard. He said, this is a country that's got problems. And Mandami's speech was the most anti-American thing that I've seen in my life. But at the same time, it was pure, unadulterated communism, cultural Marxism, where he said the rich have their money and we want to give that money. We will take that money from them and we will give it to the newcomers, as he's surrounded by recently naturalized migrants. And he's sitting there, he himself being a migrant as well. And so he's sitting there behind George Washington's desk saying, what was yours will be mine. That's what a symbol. That was them throwing down. The president responded saying, you know something? America stands for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Communism stands for death, tyranny, and the pursuit of evil. And Steve, he called it an inhuman vision for the world, an inhuman vision, kind of a similar line, something I may have heard before it reminds me of a New York Times bestseller a couple years ago. And he said, you can be loyal to Karl Marx or you can be loyal to America, but you cannot be both. You can be a communist or you could be a patriot. You cannot be both. Choose.
Does Vince Haley, who was one of the architects of the speech, did they owe War Room Books and Jack Posobiec a royalty for taking, it was on humans. You did the first book on this, and now we got Dr. Bradley Thayer has got the book coming out in August about the great 100-year war against communism. It's kind of the sequel to you. But on humans, does Vince Haley, is he going to give you a little something for the effort, sir?
Well, Steve, I can neither confirm nor deny that a copy of the book may have made its way aboard the inaugural voyage of Air Force One a couple of days ago. I really can't. I'm not at liberty to discuss exactly what went on board. You know what they say? What happens in the air stays in the air. So you know.
Yeah, no, but I saw a lot of that. Jack, you and Kevin stick around the Battery, the historic Battery. Battery is actually the batteries at the tip of Manhattan down there by Wall Street, the financial district. Of course, that plaza right there at Bowling Green is where they tore down. It's where, in fact, we ought to get Navarro's little clip out. Navarro did an amazing clip about how they tore down the statue of King George that was made to look like Caesar. Been built actually by the colonists about 7 years before. Tore it down, melted it down, and turned it into 70,000 musket balls to deliver back to the British for like, hey, we're ready to throw down hard. Mo Bannon's in studio. You're going to be about 10:30. I think you got to head down, or maybe even earlier. Admiral Sonny Masso, we got Cleo Pascal, Patrick K. O'Donnell, we got Metaxas, we got the entire crew is here today to kick it off, the 250th year of the greatest nation in the history of mankind. What are you going to do, you personally? What are you going to do to bequeath this to future generations? Are you going to let these communists, these Marxists, these jihadists inside the wire take this nation back and destroy it? I don't think so. I think we're ready for a fight. We'll kick it off today with a celebration. How about this? Party first, fight later. Sounds Irish. Okay, we're going to take a short commercial break. Real America's Voice, The War Room. We're here to at least midnight tonight. Back in a moment.
Most people call leaf filter when their gutters are clogged and they notice one of the many issues that can bring. Well, sometimes it's the smell of mildew when water has seeped into the interior walls, or maybe they've spotted mold in the attic. But most often, it's the more obvious signs of damage, like rotten soffit, fascia, or water pooling near their foundation. You can get ahead of costly damage by protecting your home's gutters today. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help.
Schedule your free gutter inspection today. Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or visit leaffilter.com.
When a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name, it's a race against time to stop the theft of your hard-earned equity.
Many people don't know this has happened until long after it's done.
You as the homeowner think you still own a house. 3 months later, you start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim at HomeTitleLock.com.
How are you going to celebrate America's 250th birthday? Well, we at Real America's Voice have a suggestion. The new Angel Studios summer blockbuster, Young Washington. This is one that you want to see in the theaters. Take a quick look.
What happened, Washington? All those bullet holes in your jacket. How are you alive? I don't know.
This is the must-see film, and it's very affordable. Right now, you can get an Angel Premium Guild membership for just $15 a month, with that price set for the entire year. And not only will you get 2 free tickets to see Young Washington in theaters, you will also get 2 free tickets to every single theatrical release by Angel. Plus, you get access to the entire Angel streaming library. So scan the QR code on your screen right now, or go to angel.com/rev to get that limited time price today.
You're watching Sail Forth 250, a celebration of America's 250th anniversary on Real America's Voice.
Okay. Welcome back. Mo, you're going to have to punch out because you got to get down with Burquam. People should understand the logistics of this thing is quite, and I want to thank particularly Parker Sig. You know, Rob Sig is the new Clive Davis. You know, he's doing the music and he's doing the music thing. Of course, he got hit songs all over the place. Poor Parker. Every night I talk to Parker, it's like midnight, 1 o'clock. This thing has been a total fiasco. What you see in the presentation in front is incredible because we got people all over the country. They're doing the fleet. We got here. And I decided, you know, about a week ago, I said, we're going to anchor this from the war room because everything else is such a moving target. And really, with not great logistical support, Parker and Harry, and then I just want to thank folks, the Real America's Voice team has been extraordinary. If you knew what went on behind the scenes, and on top of that, which nobody had planned for this, and look, I'm from Richmond, I'm a Virginian, so we've been around D.C. all our life. In the South, and particularly this swamp, gets July and August, and particularly August is one of the toughest in the country, worse than Florida, worse than the Arizona desert. I mean, it's a whole different deal. This is pretty extraordinary. As a kid, I've gone to a lot of 4th of Julys in this area. There's a heat dome and the humidity, and people have got to be safe. I actually do think it's a smart move today on the parade, because I think you would have had hundreds of people just dropping out, falling out. Is that tough? Particularly some of the more elderly crowd that shows up for these things.
I completely agree, and I think that Parker has done an amazing job with all of the logistics for Real America's Voice, not only here in DC, but all over the country.
Yeah.
And like you said, every time I go down to West Palm and he's in the studio, he is always on the phone trying to get him, because he's always working. He's always working. And doing so much for everyone at Real America's Voice. And then
the logistics gets worked out well. And I want to thank the guys in Denver. That's why we gave them the afternoon off yesterday. The guys in Denver, the entire team out there that's just with us all the time. And they pull yeoman's duty like today. They're there for the entire day with us.
I agree. And the logistics of events like this overall, you know, as a logistics officer in the Army, I know exactly what it takes to do all this, and on such a huge scale. So all of the people working the logistics, and every time, you know, there's always, you know, some type of issue or something that happens, but it always gets worked out. So it's an amazing feat to get this.
I'm hearing from Berquam and Harry that you had a punch. You're going to be at noon. You, Berquam, Harnwell, others going to pick up coverage for an hour till we go to this incredible piece that we put together at Real America's Voice, and then back. Just logistic 2 to 5 will be the anchor crew down there. Ben Berquam, others to 5 o'clock. The war room will pick back up from 5 to 7. I think what we're going to be showing is a massive thunderstorm. It's currently, and people should know this, in D.C. coming down the Potomac, you usually get them, but they're saying there's going to be a particularly big one forecast today. We don't know. You never know about these things. But then at 7 o'clock, 7 to 7:30, the main stage, 29 cameras, kind of this history of, can I get my clock right there? Kind of this history of America. Extravaganza. It's going to be extraordinary. Music, appropriate Americana music, the Great American Songbook, all that. You're going to shove off and go down there and keep in touch. You got Harry and Ben Berquam. I want to thank Ben, though, for even doing earlier duty, going down to the plaza to show that, which is just simply extraordinary. So, Hun, we'll catch you at hopefully at noon at the top of the hour, and you and Berquam and Harnwell, others. We'll take it, and then you're going to be with me the rest of the day, particularly 5 to 7. My co-host from down there.
Hopefully, my makeup lasts, and you don't see me melting out in the,
I'm sure you're going to melt.
DC.
So that's okay. It's the summer in DC. We've seen you without makeup before. God, talk about a princess. Hair and makeup. Where's my hair and makeup? Unbelievable. Admiral Sonny Masso, tell me about your starting and initiating a Navy History Museum. Why do we need that, sir?
Well, the story of our nation, which is 250 years old today, is also the story of our Navy. We're inextricably linked, and we're linked because 71% of the Earth is the sea, the ocean. And to that end, 40% of the world's population lives on coastlines and get their goods and services and commerce and fossil fuel and everything that goes with it from the sea. And there have been amazing books that have influenced political leaders like Theodore Roosevelt. But the Navy story is a story of emerging technology. It's a story of power. It's a story of national will. And basically, there's no location that America can become one with a tragedy. There was a great book by called "The World is Flat," and the premise of the book was that folks like in Indonesia and Malaysia don't like necessarily the United States until they have a natural disaster. We're there within 24 hours. We bring medicine, we bring water, public works, we bring veterinary, we bring it all, electricity, and we don't put weapons on the ground. We don't spend the night. We just help. And no other nation does that. Now, our story of our National Museum of the United States Navy is going to tell those stories. It really has three functions. We have some amazing and very historic and old and well-preserved artifacts from the War of 1812, from the Battle of Midway. We have the flag flown over Husband Kimmel's command in Pearl Harbor. We have so many artifacts, but with those artifacts, we have stories.
Hang over a second, because you've mentioned twice, and I'll get into this with you later, but Husband Kimmel, what do you think about restoring him to his rank and his order? You know, the family's been working on this for 80 years. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, I understand that in the sober light of day and with hindsight being behind you in that, you can maybe bring compassion and mercy. You know, it's the Christian values. But I personally, and this is just Sonny Masso, I'm not speaking for the Navy, I would not restore him. I would retain the accountability that he was dispensed with.
Wow.
That's just me. But
okay,
you
good.
know, I
love
think
that.
when you're in command, you know, you don't have your aircraft wingtip to wingtip. You know, there were many cases of what I would call operational malfeasance, and that's just me. And I really come from a place of I'm a God's love guy as opposed to a God's wrath guy. But no, not in this case.
Wow, amazing.
How about you?
We'll have that conversation. I'm a restored, but I want to get into the details with you another time, because that's fascinating. This thing is like, I'm obsessed with it. Talk to me about, continue on about the museum, because I think it's something that you see today, the interest, and we're going to go back as soon as we get the great David Zier reposition. As you know, Zier got there early, got there first, had great camera position. I think the Navy's wrangling. I think they're wrangling the reporters right now to make sure everybody's got close, you know, good order. Close order drill.
Well,
Sonny,
yes, sir. Our museum is really going to. We by the way, thanks to the leadership of Acting SecNav Hung Cao and Acting Undersecretary Bill Tody, and these are really great leaders. We're real excited about, you know, the fact that hopefully they'll get confirmed in the near future. But they have given us a plot of land. I cannot be more specific about it except to say it's going to be on Independence Avenue. There are 6 potential locations, and one, you know, I think we're leaning towards one, and we'll lay that out in the next week or two. But the museum will contain these wonderful artifacts along with stories, and the stories will be bringing out the heroics and bravery of so many of our wonderful sailors and officers. And then the other aspect will be education. We're going to use this as a platform to educate both cohorts. In Washington, D.C. specifically, there are 13 public high schools, only 3 of which have AP or college prep classes. The other 10 stop about Algebra 2. They don't. I don't even know if they teach chemistry. I'm not trying to disparage them. I'm just trying to say we're going to have programs that are going to reach out to those individuals to enhance their STEM, science, technology, education, and math. We're going to enhance that, but also we want to lean to the St. Albans and the Gonzagans, and those schools where we can take a person to another level of physics or thermodynamics or whatever, and we want to present it in a way that doesn't frighten anyone from STEM technologies. So the 3 parts, the massive connection to the 250-year journey of our nation is the journey of our Navy. All of the artifacts that come from various battles and conflicts and things will be featured, along with stories that humanize these events, that make them tell you the story of why this matters, why I need to know this. And we also want to recognize those brilliant heroes whose shoulders we stand on today. And then the educational component is just as important to us, where we're reaching out to maybe a class of student that could be enhanced by what we know and what we've learned, and then another level for those that are academically more blessed. And so that really kind of comes to where, you know, our museum stands. I'm the president of the foundation. We've got a great board led by the 77th Secretary of the Navy, former ambassador to Norway, and a retired flag officer who's the first flag officer to become SecNav, KJ Ken Braithwaite, a Philadelphia man. We've got the longest serving prisoner of war in the Vietnam War, Ev Alvarez, who's a dear friend. And, he served a little over 9 years. Think about that. The Tonkin Gulf Resolution was created in August 4th of 1964. He was shot down from the USS Constellation on August 5th. And he was there alone for 9 months. But we've got a great board. Vice Admiral Al Konechny, former naval hero. So we've got a long way to go, but we're very optimistic about our bright future.
Sonny, hang on for 1 second. Admiral Sonny Masso's with us. Cleo Pascal. We got Patrick K. O'Donnell, Eric Metaxas. We got on the corsage. We've got our own David Zier at Battery Park, overlooking the harbor and the Statue of Liberty. The one and only Jack Posobiec and Kevin Posobiec. Wall to wall today. We're going down. Ben Berquam's giving a great tour of Liberty Plaza with the statues. He's heading down now. Help co-anchor. Mo's going to be there. We are here all day to commemorate the birth of the greatest nation on earth. Short commercial break. Back in a moment.
We're united, strong, and free.
All right, you guys, listen, here's something I realized about my retirement account that honestly caught me completely off guard. I thought my retirement was diversified. Well, it turns out I was wrong about what that word actually means.
You know what nobody tells you about the assets in your IRA or 401k? For almost all Americans, it's just paper investments.
I mean, it's different names, it's different risk levels, maybe, but it's all tied to the same system.
When experts look at the actual savings that you're going to try to realize, they realize that many people aren't as diversified as they thought.
So I started looking into something outside the usual options, something tangible, something that's been around longer than any financial system, physical gold.
Do you investigate for yourself? Here's all you have to do. Text the word America to 989898, and my trusted friends at Birch Gold Group will help send you some free info on gold. There's no pressure at all, just the information you need. Text America to 989898 right now.
It's time for Operation America 250. Yeah. We're gonna go see Young Washington in theaters this 4th of July. Yeah! Now they expect us to walk through the front door and pay $30 for 2 tickets. But we're gonna take them by surprise and sign up with Angel for $15 and get 2 free tickets to Young Washington.
Plus 2 tickets to every Angel movie coming to theaters. We're talking The Brink of War, Runner, Angel and the Bad Man, Drummer Boy, Hershey, and Zero AD.
And those are just the ones coming out this year.
Those tickets are included with streaming Angel's whole library?
You know it, for just $15 a month. That's the America 250 offer.
Let's storm the theaters!
With Angel tickets for Young Washington. For America! Celebrate America 250 with Angel Premium. Get instant streaming access and 2 tickets to Young Washington in theaters July.
America's story was forged on the seas, and 250 years later, that legacy sails on. Join Real America's Voice for Sail Forth 250, a spectacular waterfront celebration featuring the International Naval Review, majestic tall ships, powerful military vessels, and a breathtaking patriotic tribute to America's enduring spirit of freedom. Sail Forth 250 starts right now.
Okay, welcome back. It is Saturday, the 4th of July in the year of our Lord 2026, the 250th commemoration. In fact, we're kicking off our 250th year, and this is our kickoff. We're going to be doing it day by day with so many exciting things. In fact, between now and the end of the year, we're going to be really focused on the battles that started after the British Expeditionary Force showed up at the British Army, and the Hessians, 32,000 combat troops, and of course, over 300 combatants of the most powerful Navy in the world, the Royal Navy, and we'll get on to that. Patrick K. O'Donnell is going to join us in a moment. He's finished his trilogy on the Revolution, which is just breathtaking. Patrick, the greatest combat historian of his generation, is going to join us. We've got Admiral Sonny Masso. We're repositioning Zier. We actually, Captain Spicer is on the is actually on the Nimitz. Zier's in the Corsage, and Jack is at Battery Park. So we've got triangulation in New York Harbor. I want to start with Cleo Pascal. Cleo, is the United States of America, and one of the reasons we kind of took over from the British, at least in imperial design, are we a maritime nation, ma'am?
This is the softest of the softballs you could possibly throw to me. Absolutely 100%, no question. It was, so of course, in George Washington's farewell address, he called the United States a detached and distant land, but it was detached and distant because it was surrounded by seas. I mean, if you ignore what was sitting up to the north and down to the south, and has moved out to the west, but that meant that it had this moat around it. And so if you want to trade across the moat and defend through the moat, you need to be a maritime power. And the U.S. did it in every way possible. We talked about the Great White Fleet, the building of the Panama Canal, the taking of possessions, the annexation of Hawaii, the American Samoa agreement, Guam, the Central Pacific. But there were also things like the Guano Act of 1856, which allowed any American citizen to claim a piece of rock that had bird droppings on it that hadn't been claimed by anybody else and didn't have anybody else living on it for the United States of America. And that's how the U.S. ended up with Midway, for example. So the U.S. was moving through the Pacific and across the Pacific in any way possible, and it was at a time when there was no embarrassment about linking the Navy to trade. This was about economic expansion and security and the securing of sea lines of communication, both for economic reasons and for security reasons. So what we're rediscovering now was just the common parlance, the common currency of understanding how you grow a country and build an economy and be secure for most of the 19th and early 20th centuries.
Talk to me one more before I go to I got Patrick K. O'Donnell here. I want people to understand in our 250th year, because we're covering this extensively, why do you say the Central Pacific is the strategic pivot of the United States? And why did Nimitz and these great giants of World War II really convince FDR that this was the path to basically, at that time, the Asian power was Japan. Now the Asian power is China, but it's both of them were trying to build the greater Asian co-prosperity sphere, right? Which is basically their hegemonic control of the resources and markets of Asia. Why is it the Central Pacific that is the strategic pivot of the United States of America? A lot of people will say, well, hold it, that should be, Kansas, or maybe the Gulf of America, or maybe the Greenland, Iceland, UK gap. That's why we need Greenland. That's why we need the Panama Canal. Of all of that in hemispheric defense, why is the central part of it, with all of that, the vast Pacific?
Yes, thank you. So I think of, by the way, the Chinese as not the co-prosperity sphere, but the co-option of prosperity sphere, because it's really about accruing prosperity to China. So you can tell how important it is by what happened when the U.S. didn't have control over it. So McKinley understood this very clearly. He understood the basic concept of it. It was basically going with the rimland theory when, during the Spanish-American War, they took Guam and the Philippines. But the U.S. didn't take the Central Pacific. Those were also Spanish possessions. And those were left with Spain, who quickly sold them to Germany, and then they were taken off of Germany by Japan in World War I. So from 1914, functionally, until 100,000 Americans had to die in order to liberate the Pacific, you had Japan in control of the Central Pacific. Palau, Federated States of Micronesia, Marshall Islands, what's now the Commonwealth of Northern Mariana Islands, which is Saipan, Tinian, Rota, as Admiral Masso was talking about, those were all under Japanese control. And at that time, because the U.S. didn't have control over the center of the Pacific, it was at risk not only to the continental U.S., obviously to Hawaii. Guam was occupied, and it's worth remembering these were this is American territory that was occupied by the Japanese during World War II, and the Chinese are setting up to do it again. And Chinese can still arrive without a visa in the Commonwealth of Northern Mariana Islands. Because the center of the Pacific wasn't taken by McKinley then, a hostile foreign aggressive power could set up in the center of the Pacific, and the U.S. suffered for it. So you can see how important it is by what happened when the U.S. didn't have control over it.
The same thing's going to happen unless we get control now. Hang over a second, Cleo. Stick right there. I got Emerald Mass. In fact, Jim, Sonny, I ask you to jump in. Let's go. We got a feed now. The feed is up, and I think it's got a little music to it. Can we go ahead and see the feed, and we'll follow this for a few minutes until we get oriented? Patrick K. O'Donnell. Patrick, tell us the signing of the Declaration, the promulgation of the Declaration of Independence. Then we commenced, and we're going to do this in quite a bit of detail over the coming weeks. We commenced immediately to Philadelphia was not the strategic heart of this. New York Harbor and New York City were. Why was that, sir?
It was a deep water port, and also the sort of the center of the colonies. There were about 20,000 Americans that lived in New York City, so it was an ideal place for the Royal Navy to base their ships. That was the strategic importance. It was surrounded by water, therefore it made it almost impossible, if not impossible, to defend, because the Royal Navy could land anywhere in New York, but Washington was given the task of doing the impossible, which was somehow to defend New York and New York City.
How big was this 32,000 combat troops, British Army, and Hessians, plus over 300 vessels from the Royal Navy? And the Royal Navy was, first off, one of the greatest institutions ever built by man, and it delivered to Britain an empire. But at the time, it was the top of his game. I mean, how do we even compete against that? We had almost nothing, sir.
They were trying to make a statement, which was loud and clear. They threw nearly half of the Royal Navy, its surface ships, its transports, into New York, as well as a large percentage, probably about more than half of the Royal Army at the time, as well as the Hessian volunteers, their allies from the regions of Germany, which were recruited, and they were basically hired guns. They would fight for the British, and these were professional soldiers. Some of the most experienced
why
soldiers.
did they go get these Hessians? And by the way, there were tons of mercenaries. Why did they get them? did they understand early on that the British Army itself wasn't going to be able to, as good as they were pound for pound, that this was too
They
big a
realized,
territory, that even if you wanted to go up the Hudson River and cut the place in two, that you were going to need, an additional army than the British?
absolutely. This was the problem with the American Revolution. They never had enough troops, and they knew it. They could never have enough with the British Army, so they would hire mercenaries. One of their greatest mistakes, though, was not exploiting the American Civil War that was taking place in the colonies, where there were many loyal Americans. Had they raised royal provincial units that would fight for the crown in an early stage and given them the same status as their crown units with equal pay, and then also being able to buy into their pension system and everything else, we would not probably have a United States. This is a great little line in Young Washington, which was a major thorn in his side.
Hang on. We're going to get back to the movie, all of it, your books. Admiral Masso's with us. We're going to take a short commercial break while we can. We're going to get some more footage of this great international naval review, the tall ships, the flyovers of the great combat aircraft of the world, all of it to kick off the early going on the birthday of the United States of America. Short break, back in a moment.
250 years, we're still standing tall. One nation.
Attention homeowners, does your roof look like this? If so, your whole home is at risk for costly damage and repairs. Protect it today with a metal roof from Erie Home. Our roofs are tested to withstand wind up to 120 miles per hour. While hail and heavy snow can destroy traditional shingles, with an Erie metal roof, it's no problem. And they're built to last with a 50-year transferable warranty. And if you call now, get up to 50% off installation. Schedule your free estimate today. Call 1-866-770-ERIE or visit eriehome.com.
How are you going to celebrate America's 250th birthday? Well, we at Real America's Voice have a suggestion. The new Angel Studios summer blockbuster, Young Washington. This is one that you want to see in the theaters. Take a quick look.
What happened, Washington? All those bullet holes in your jacket. How are you alive? I don't know.
This is the must-see film, and it's very affordable. Right now, you can get an Angel Premium Guild membership for just $15 a month, with that price set for the entire year. And not only will you get 2 free tickets to see Young Washington in theaters, you will also get 2 free tickets to every single theatrical release by Angel. Plus, you get access to the entire Angel streaming library. So scan the QR code on your screen right now, or go to angel.com/rev to get that limited time price today.
The gun grabbers are licking their chops. If they seize Congress in November, they've already promised an all-out assault weapons ban.
We will have legislation.
So we're giving away the rifle they'd like to ban the most. Your National Association for Gun Rights, America's no-compromise gun lobby, is giving away a Barrett M82A1 50 caliber rifle. Enter to win and chip in to help us fight back. Visit gunrights.org/RAV.
You're watching Sail Forth 250, a celebration of America's 250th anniversary on Real America's Voice.
Welcome back. Patrick K. O'Donnell, continue on. I also want to talk about Young Washington, the movie. You saw it, you loved it. Also about your trilogy that you're coming out shortly, I guess this fall, right? With the third in the trilogy of the American Revolution, sir?
Yeah. The third in the trilogy is Revolutionary Snipers, which is about the riflemen. And Steve, if I could just back up a little bit for a second, the Navy has an absolutely critical role in our independence. And what I mean by that is in the summer of 1775, the riflemen, which were the first members of the Continental Army, marched up to Boston, which was surrounded by Washington's forces. And the problem that they had was there was no gunpowder. We had weapons, but no gunpowder at all. This is the critical problem that occurs on Bunker Hill, where we run out of gunpowder probably would have held the hill had it not been for that. But the snipers play a key role in keeping British heads down. It changes all the tactics, as they were able to plug guys at 200 to 300 yards accurately with their Pennsylvania long rifles. So the British are bottled up in their entrenchments. But it's here that Washington looks for a solution to find gunpowder, and this is the birth of the United States Navy, which begins with a fishing boat. It's a very humble origins, but an amazing story that's absolutely critical. He tags John Glover, and that's the Marblehead Mariners, which I wrote about in the Indispensables, who is guarding his headquarters at the time in Cambridge. And they come up with the idea, we don't know exactly if it's Glover or if it's Washington, to outfit a ship to go after the vulnerable powder ships that they're bringing the supplies from London 3,000 miles to Boston. And they go down to Glover's Wharf, which is outside of Marblehead in Beverly, which is next door. And they outfit his ship, the Hannah, to make it a ship of war, where they have 4-pound guns, and then they have some swivel guns. These ships are painted black, and they asymmetrically go after the British. But what's important here is in 1775, we were going for reconciliation, not independence.
Slow down.
A
We're gonna get
ship
to
is independence.
Okay, hang on. What do you mean asymmetric?
What I mean by that is,
hang on. What does mean asymmetric? You're throwing a 21st century term. You're throwing a 21st century term back on warfare in the the 18th century, sir.
That's because we pioneer it. We pioneer it with the revolutionary snipers. We pioneer it with the Navy. And the Navy, with these cheap fishing boats, which are outfitted with guns, go after vulnerable transports of the Royal Navy, which are typically crewed by civilians, as well as impressed men from America. But here's the key, Steve. It's also economic war. We are declaring economic war against the greatest economic power at the time. And Lloyd's of London is insuring those private vessels that are supplying the British in Boston, which jacks up the rates. Does this sound a little bit familiar with the Strait of Hormuz?
Strait of Hormuz.
These vessels are extremely important. And it's our first flag, Appeal to Heaven, comes from Glover's Mariners, as well as, outfitting ships is an expensive thing. It causes debt, which creates a bureaucracy. We are on the path to independence. We are exporting the revolution through the ships at sea.
Hang on, Patrick,
which is the origin of the United States Navy.
Hang over a second. You just said about the flag of Appeal to Heaven. I thought they tell me the day on MSNBC that's a racist flag. Every time we talk about it, it's General Washington's first flag. They say it's a racist flag. Why are you bringing a racist flag up, sir?
It's an absolute piece of utter nonsense. This is a piece of history that should be celebrated. This is a pine tree on a white or yellow background that says "Appeal to Heaven," and this was flown by Washington's cruisers in 1775. They also create different signals, which they use to operate friend from foe on these ships. But we are moving. An independent nation has ships. They are not going to reconcile with the crown and the king.
Let me get Sonny Masso in here. Admiral Masso, the Royal Navy is one of the greatest man-made institutions, and Arthur Herman, the writer that we so revere here, his book on the Royal Navy, you're stunned by how this institution grew and its norms and its processes that made it a world-class institution, really made Britain an empire. How did the American colonies, how did this militia army and the small continental army, but also we didn't even really have a navy. How did you possibly beat? They had over 300 combatants and supply ships showed up in New York Harbor. The very harbor we're looking at today, essentially 4 weeks from today, had over 300 combatants. How was it possible for the Americans to overcome that, sir?
I don't have the specific answer except for tenacity, but I think that Patrick O'Donnell wrote a book called The Indispensables, and he talks about the Marblehead mariners, and they were fishermen, and they knew their coastline so well, they would lure these combatants and capital ships into shoal water, in a sense, and kind of force them to run aground. And then using these guns that they had, they would come aboard and they would take the gunpowder, they would take the wool, they would take the muskets, everything, and they basically stole from the United Kingdom ships or the British ships, and basically the sad part of this story was that at the end of the war that they were so profoundly in the middle of and allowed us to be successful, and Patrick can tell it better, but they they lost everything at the end of the war. They sacrificed everything to create the conditions that allowed us to steal logistics and that. But it was quite a challenge, and we didn't have capital ships there at first. We just did not. And it wasn't really until John Adams, our second president, who many, and myself included, consider to be the father of our Navy.
Wow. Patrick, is that it's funny? Maybe that's too harsh a term. Did we actually steal, or did we just borrow? You know, we did lend lease later to keep the Brits in World War II. Was this just us borrowing certain material, as we call it, from these British ships that they lured into the shoal waters, sir?
Desperate. We had no powder at all, and the captains of Marblehead are the early captains of the United States Navy, which would form into the Continental Navy, would seize some of the greatest powder ships of the war and supply the Army with over a month's worth of powder and other armaments. They were absolutely vitally and critical, and the cost, as Admiral Masso mentioned, was enormous. We're talking about 550 widows at the end of the Revolutionary War. Just an enormous amount of the population within Marblehead had lost their men at sea, to either the British or to the sea itself, which was so harsh.
Hang on. You're telling me at the end of the Revolution, at the end of the war, there were in the town of Marblehead alone, there were 550 widows?
Yes. An enormous amount. And then also you have a situation where the other side of the Revolutionary War is the financial cost to the burden to these families, which was enormous. In most cases, they were working for the United States at this time. In many cases, they were not paid, but at the same time, they had bills to pay, and the creditors were still active. Many of these men would go into bankruptcy after the war. They had nothing left, and that's another hidden side of the American Revolution, where people were absolutely impoverished after the war, and creditors would take away whatever else they had left. It was a very a very difficult time. In some cases, people would even be thrown into debtor's prison because they couldn't pay their bills. It's an incredible story that is often overlooked.
But you're saying they put their own private resources in this. They didn't depend.
Many cases,
because there's really
yes,
no government at the time,
and they were never repaid.
Unbelievable.
And that's what makes them the greatest generation in my mind.
Why did you give me that? We're going to go to break in a minute or two. Why do you argue, as great as the greatest generation of the folks that fought and won World War II, why do you consider the revolutionary generation the greatest, truly our greatest generation?
Because they found the ideals of freedom and liberty, which will change the world, number one. This is a earth-shaking moment that continues to profoundly change the world. That's why the revolutionary generation is so critical today. Number two, they are fighting an American Civil War, the first American Civil War. They are fighting fellow Americans, which is arguably one of the toughest enemies on earth. Not everybody was on board. In fact, in the books that I've written, The Indispensables, Washington's Immortals, and now Revolutionary Snipers, it's about individuals that will change sides. during the course of the war. In many cases,
hey,
based
Patrick,
on the tide of battle.
Hey, Patrick, hang on for 1 second. I'm gonna toss to Jack Posobiec. He's down at Battery, the Battery Park. He's not there. We lost him. Okay, fine. We're getting back. Keep going, Patrick.
And then,
Is he
Steve,
back?
it's about going up against the greatest superpower of the time, militarily. I mean, we're talking about the Royal Army, which was arguably one of the finest in the world at the time, and the Royal Navy commanded the seas. I mean, they were the gold standard at the time, just all powerful. All of these things kind of weigh into the fact that this generation didn't have to fight. They were poorly equipped. It's not like the following generations of World War II, where our men were often very well equipped over our adversaries. This is not the case during the American Revolution. Threadbare, often poorly armed, often no shoes at all. I mean, going barefoot. I mean, can you imagine? I mean, many of the stories in Washington's Immortals, these are men that would march and fight for 3,000 miles throughout the entire South. We have one of my men who recorded daily the number of miles that they marched, just an astounding record, and then living out into the elements and somehow surviving for 3 years. You know, fighting the British, fighting the weather, fighting their fellow Americans, and somehow liberating the United States. Incredible story, really is. It is our greatest generation. This is our great day, 250th for the greatest nation on earth.
When you wrote the combat history, you wrote it through basically taking this regiment, the revered regiment from Maryland of volunteers that, quite frankly, and we'll go through this in detail later this summer, but if they had not stood in the breach at the American Thermopylae and sacrificed their lives, we would not have had this republic. The thing would have collapsed right then. Then you did the Marblehead Men, I think, next, right? About really the formation of the maritime aspect of it. Did you think that through at the time, or is it you just said these are great stories, I want to tell them? Did you realize you were telling one was about the kind of land war we fought, and the other was how the maritime or the amphibious part of the land war was so important?
All the books that I've written serendipitously have found me. With Washington's Immortals, which is, as you mentioned, about the Maryland line, the old line stake. The name comes from that. It's this epic stand. It begins with an epic stand at the Battle of Brooklyn, where they throw themselves into the breach. They're the only unit, or one of the few units, that are American units that are armed with the bayonet. They make several attacks on a position, a stone house, near a stone house occupied by Cornwallis, and they tie up thousands, tens of thousands potentially, of Hessian mercenaries, Highlanders, as well as the cream of the British Army, and they prevent these wings of these massive wings from uniting and going after the key defenses at Brooklyn Heights, which Washington occupies. It's an hour more precious in our history than any other, as one contemporary historian would say. And they also allowed hundreds of Washington's men to escape into the trenches. But this stand is absolutely critical, and it sets up the American Dunkirk, where the Marbleheaders, the First Navy, are able to create one of the greatest evacuations in military history, where they bring 9,000 troops, including the equipment and the wounded, from Brooklyn into New York City. And it's here that the providential fog sets in and screens the movement.
Hang on 1 second. We're going to come back and I'm going to tell that story in depth. We got Poso now back up with a camera live. He's going to narrate some of this. Jack Posobiec from the Battery. What do you got for us?
Steve, this is some of the most incredible sights I've ever seen in my entire life. You've got ships here from the Netherlands. You've got the United States Coast Guard. You got the tall ships out. They're sailing right in front of Lady Liberty. We've got an air show that takes you from the modern day all the way back to World War II. We've got Blackhawks and Seahawks. We've got C-130s. We've got cutters. We've got frigates. We've got destroyers. We got more helos coming in now. I believe it's Coast Guard. I think it's the beautiful Coast Guard Orange that we all know is coming in. And Steve, the entire crowd is just in absolute awe. Children are climbing on their father's shoulders. People are inching forward just to catch a glimpse of the majesty, the grandeur of seeing these ships. It takes you back. It takes you back to that time of 1776 to understand just how incredible, how marvelous that this Navy was, that these battles were. And it makes you feel, Steve, it makes you feel like history is coming alive here at New York Harbor.
Jack, we've got right there on the screen, just keep it, you got the Coast Guard, that Coast Guard tall ship. Talk about the training, the midshipmen. This is how people really learn the reality of seamanship. This is where you don't have you don't have nuclear power, you don't have steam power, you don't have gas turbine power. You're back to old sail power.
Yeah, Steve, that's right. This is the training ship for the U.S. Coast Guard out of their headquarters out of Cape May, New Jersey. And this is the ship that they use for the training. They use it for midshipmen as well to get out there. They said, hey, you got to pull out the sextant. You got to pull out your star charts. You got to pull out your navigation charts. There's no more GPS. There's no 911. You're not calling in anyone. If you got to fight the fire, you got to fight the ship. If anything happens, it is on your shoulders. And that is what they do. That is what they use this ship for, to take you all the way back to the way that the hardscrabble men and the sailors, and it really was that naval power that allowed, obviously, the discovery of America by Columbus, and then later the colonization of the Americas. It was that naval power, and it all rested on sea power. So you're seeing Mahan on full display here, and that understanding that if you're going to be a sailor of the United States Navy, if you're going to be a United States Coast Guardsman, you need to have that direct connection to the thousands upon thousands of years of mariners that came before you. And that's what we're seeing right here. And I commend the fact that the U.S. still continues that tradition today.
I know Sonny, Admiral Masso, and Jack would agree, and this is from a father whose daughter went to West Point. If your kids ever want to serve, I got to tell you, the proud traditions of the United States Navy, the training they get. Jack, hang on 1 second. Admiral Masso, in fact, Pete Hegseth, a buddy of all ours, Pete has actually made an announcement. I say the Navy, I think it's 43,000. The Navy's already reached, I think, their annual goals already in really the early part of the second year of President Trump's second term, sir.
Crushing it in recruiting. We struggled for many years putting the right people in the right places. And thankfully, we're getting some great enlisted females who are doing non-traditional rates. Once upon a time, they were yeomen, hospital corpsmen, personnel persons. But today, they're heavy equipment operators, and they're just doing all these amazing things. And so we're able to fill every category. And of course, a lot of people don't know this, but we assess about 1,600 sailors per year to go to BUDS, Basic Underwater Demolition School, to become SEALs, to produce 295. And so most of those people that we assess come in, and they're very highly educated, very smart. And so we're able to plug and put them into different rates immediately if they attrite for an injury or it's not for them. But we're really doing well with our recruiting now.
Admiral Masso, just remembering your time on the USS Paul F. Foster as the first lieutenant, I just can't imagine a female doing the job of Petty Officer Powell and Petty Officer Hallisey and some of these other guys. But I'll leave that to the modern Navy. I'll believe you. I can't.
The sad but true is that they are, and even in what we do today with bosun mates, you come in as a non-rated person, you go to First Division, and then we encourage them to branch out and go to different directions. But some of them like the life, and they like being on deck, and they're doing great work.
It's amazing. Admiral Masso, here in 1 second. Jack, you've obviously, even for a Philadelphia boy, you've been in New York City so many times. You've seen that harbor. You really can't appreciate the scale of it until you see the warships of the world and the tall ships there. And they don't even take up, it's so vast. And you can imagine when people first came here New York was in Dutch hands, how just stunning this and the Hudson River were to people and just kind of blew them away.
Well, Steve, that's exactly right. It was Verrazano, it was Hudson, when they were coming up to this area, sailing through these lands, and they saw the waterways and how proximal and how absolutely critical it would be for a new nation. Incredible harbor. By the way, we're getting the flyovers now. I mean, you talk about how much water space it is, but Steve, they are filling it up very rapidly. We've got air flying over from World War II era. We've now got tall ships coming in from all over the world. We've of course got modern ships, the United States Navy, United States Coast Guard, and then it's backed up against the backdrop. You've got Ellis Island there. You've got Liberty Island with the Statue of Liberty herself, her torch shining high, 250 years of freedom against the backdrop of bondage, of tyranny, of communism around the world. That's what Lady Liberty stands for, the freedom of peoples, the breaker of chains herself. And seeing these ships come in, Steve, it makes me think of the British fleet arriving here 250 years ago. But even prior to that, the Spanish Armada, when they say when Cortez made it to the New World, that the natives said that it was as if mountains were floating on the sea, mountains themselves floating on the sea. And that's what I see before me today, the mountains before me floating on the sea, and the Thunderbirds now flying overhead again, another pass by.
You're there with American citizens at the tip of the Battery, and of course the Battery is such a historic place, just right down from Bowling Green, from the Commons, where they tore down the statue of King George.
Yeah, Zuccotti Park is right here.
So, tell me about where the historic location you are, and what is the crowd like today, and what is their response to this vast display of naval power?
Well, I mean, Steve, it's honestly, a hush has fallen over the crowd, and I know it's a cliche, but it's true. It's people are stunned, they're in awe, they're seeing things that you've seen movies of, you've seen history books of, YouTube videos, and all the rest, but now you're seeing it in real life. Got some E3 Hawkeyes flying ahead, and the sheer grandeur of these ships, the glorious sails, and even the size of some of these, the sophistication required to be able to man these things, to be able to sail them all the way around the world. And you look at this and you realize we stand upon the shoulders of giants, and the crowd is actually quite muted, to tell you the truth. You've heard some cheers, but honestly, I'm looking around and people are in just an absolute awe at the things that they're seeing, at the images before them, the sights before them. Not just it's the sea power that's taken today. The air power is incredible. It always is, but it's these displays of sea power that folks are seeing as they look up and down from the Battery, which of course has seen its fair share of naval history. They're now seeing it for the first time themselves. We've now got international ships coming in, another flyover. And again, it's just ship after ship, flyover after flyover after flyover. It is nonstop. This is really, A-10 Warthogs now. There you go. Beautiful A-10 Warthogs. There they are, coming in low and slow, baby. Oh, you.
That big Gatling gun.
We love them.
The tank busters.
You got to keep those boys in service. You got to keep those boys in service. If you're a United States Marine, you know that when the A-10 comes in, you know it's party time.
What it's Admiral Masso, your thought A-10, the air to mud, got that big Gatling gun in the front. It's a tank buster, is it not?
Yeah, so these A-10 Warthogs, I could not agree more that we need to retain them. They have a 30-millimeter gun that can cut trees down in the forest. They were a revolutionary platform because it was so hard to control these. They created some great innovation with flight controls. So, you can kind of maneuver with your fingers in a sense, but it's a very robust, very capable, and it saved a lot of lives. And we've got to keep them.
Big time. This thing's got to be rejuvenated. Okay, here's what we're going to do for a second. I got Jack Posobiec at the Battery. We got Jack Posobiec there. We got Zier somewhere in the Kearsarge. He had these great. He was all over the ship this morning. I think they might have put him in the MPs might have, or the chief. The Chiefs might have grabbed him and put him in storage. So we're going to get to Zier, get him out of the locker here in a moment. Chief Master at Arms may have rolled him up. Admiral Sonny Massa's with us. Cleo Pascal. We got Patrick K. O'Donnell. We're going to find out more about American Thermopylae in Brooklyn. And, of course, the American Dunkirk right there at where the Brooklyn Bridge, the base of the Brooklyn Bridge is today. They kept the American Revolution, the Continental Army, intact. Let it fight another day. I want to thank Birch Gold. Birch Gold's got this great special only till July 10th. Text BANNO, B-A-N-N-O, at 989898. Talk to Philip Patrick and team about you get, with qualifying purchase, a 1 ounce free silver round, not a coin. Also the great team at Patriot Mobile. Of course, Jenny and Glenn Story get here to D.C. and you can't find hide nor hair of them. These people are wild. Back here, all these Texans back here for this celebration. Patriot Mobile, 972 Patriot. Call up right now. Talk to somebody with the East Texas accent about making this shift. Going to leave you with One Nation, the #2 song in the nation, ahead of Taylor Swift on her wedding week. How about that? Short break. Back in a moment.
Soldiers who have fought and given all, 250 years, we're still standing tall. One nation under God. May we always be the home of the brave and the land of the free. For every battle, blood was lost. God bless America. See the shining sea. One nation under God. We're united, strong and free.
You know what nobody tells you about the assets in your IRA or 401k? For almost all Americans, it's just paper investments.
So I started looking into something outside the usual options, something tangible, physical gold.
Do you investigate for yourself? Here's all you have to do. Text the word America to 989898, and my trusted friends at Birch Gold Group will help send you some free info on gold. Text America to 989898 right now.
It's time for Operation America 250. Yeah. We're gonna go see Young Washington in theaters this 4th of July. Yeah! Now they expect us to walk through the front door and pay $30 for 2 tickets. But we're gonna take them by surprise and sign up with Angel for $15 and get 2 free tickets to Young Washington.
Plus 2 tickets to every Angel movie coming to theaters. We're talking The Brink of War, Runner, Angel and the Bad Man, Drummer Boy, Hershey, and Zero AD.
And those are just the ones coming out this year.
Those tickets are included with Streaming Angel's whole library?
You know it, for just $15 a month. That's the America 250 offer.
Let's storm the theaters!
With Angel tickets for Young Washington. For America! Celebrate America 250 with Angel Premium. Get instant streaming access and 2 tickets to Young Washington in theaters July.
The gun grabbers are licking their chops. If they seize Congress in November, they've already promised an all-out assault weapons ban.
We will have legislation.
So we're giving away the rifle they'd like to ban the most. Your National Association for Gun Rights, America's no-compromise gun lobby, is giving away a Barrett M82A1 50 caliber rifle. Enter to win and chip in to help us fight back. Visit gunrights.org/RAV.
You're watching Salute to America 250, a celebration of America's 250th anniversary on Real America's Voice.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Terrence Bates. It is so nice to spend part of this 4th of July with you. Hopefully you've had a wonderful day celebrating with family and friends, and we want to continue the celebration as we are awaiting President Trump, who will be addressing the crowd on the National Mall for the Celebrate America, or the Salute to America celebration, which of course is part of the 4th of July celebrations in Washington, D.C. It's part of this Freedom 250 celebration. We are awaiting the president, and we of course will take you to to DC Live for his remarks. In the meantime, our Ben Berkholm is standing by, also preparing for the president's remarks. We'll bring him in momentarily and talk a bit more about what's been happening. There's been a massive delay because of the weather there in Washington, D.C., which, of course, has created significant problems in terms of getting the program moving forward. But we're hearing that the weather is finally starting to clear in that area. And again, the president expected to speak here in the next few minutes. We're hearing that it will happen at the top of the hour. Guys, do we have Ben Berkholm? Are we ready to bring Ben Berkholm in so he can kind of give us the lay of the land and give us an update of what's happening? All right, we do have Ben here. Ben, good afternoon or good evening. Always good to see you, my friend. It's good to be spending part of this 4th of July with you. Give us the lay of the land. You've been there in D.C. You've weathered the storm quite literally, not figuratively speaking, but quite literally. How are things looking right now? And kind of take us through the mood there in D.C., if you don't mind.
Well, if I'm honest, it's a bit of a crap show. You know, it was an amazing day. It's a beautiful day. Look, at the end of the day, we're celebrating 250 years of the greatest country in the history of the world. The small amount of discomfort and annoyance that I'm feeling right now is tiny compared to what our founders went through, putting their lives, their fortune, and their sacred honor on the line. But just to give you an update, so we were inside. The weather was minorly bad. They canceled the event. They pushed everyone out. We took them about an hour to get everyone out. 5 minutes after we got out, we got word that it was going back on, and then we went to 4 different entrances, couldn't get back in, and so we're out here with a sea of humanity. There's 50,000 people, 100,000 people. I mean, it's hard to say. Every entrance, every street is packed with people all the way around the entire mall, everyone trying to get back in. And apparently the show is going to go on. It's still going to be the largest fireworks display in the history of America, if not the world. President Trump is going to make his remarks. We're still not sure if he's going to make them from the actual event, which I think he still is, or from the White House somewhere else. But I'm sure from the looks of everything here, he's going to make it from the event. But you can just see the amount of people that are out here. It was, I'll be honest. Who still loves America? USA! USA! So we got one out here who's still pumped. A lot of people have been waiting in the heat all day. We've been live broadcasting since 7 o'clock this morning. And it's tiring. And so, it was frustrating because we watched those storm clouds come in. We watched lightning off in the distance. And honestly, every single person that I knew said, screw it, we want to stay here. And sadly, the choice was made to move everyone out, and then it just turned into this. But I pray that it ends up being a great event. I pray that the mainstream media can't twist it, because they were the happy ones. The happiest people that it got shut down for a while were the leftists who want to make everything bad in America. But thank God the show is going on. We're going to take you to the stage as soon as that happens. We've got what's amazing tonight. So you guys, we talk about these guys all the time, and I'm praying for joy. Lord, give me joy. And this is going to give me some joy. We talk about the guys behind the scenes all the time. We give shout outs to them. You saw Colin for about 30 seconds earlier today. And the reality is the only people that have been able to make it back to our booth for the event on the inside are our guys that are typically behind the cameras. So in an amazing sort of way, God is giving, as the Lord says, the first will be last and the last will be first. The guys that never get the praise, they're the unsung heroes of Real America's Voice. They are going to be anchoring the show for you tonight from the stage. We got Colin, we got Mason, we got Will, we got Luke. I don't know who else we're going to have up there. We may have some special guests. We may pull people from the crowd. But it's, that's Real America's Voice. It's a family, it's a team. And that's what America is. All of these patriots out here, they're still here. It's 11 o'clock at night, and they're still here. People have waited through the heat. A lot of people were waiting yesterday. They don't care. They love America, and they're willing to stay out here to see the fireworks and to hear from President Trump.
And that really speaks to the American spirit. No matter what the circumstance is, we are going to prevail. We are going to get past it, and we are going to thrive in it. Good to see you, my friend Ben. Stand by, because you mentioned Colin and the crew. We see them there in the middle of our screen. Guys, good to see you. So, Ben was saying, they're going to be anchoring our coverage. You guys have watched me for years. We've worked together. You guys have watched me do the morning show for years. You're prepared, guys. Just think, what would T. Bates do, and go for it. Guys, it is good to see you all.
I will say it's definitely weird to be on this side of the camera and not that side. It is definitely an awesome time here. Everyone's kind of filling in. What a crazy experience, getting kicked out and being let back in. We had to fight through, I'm talking tens of thousands of people just to get to the media line. Our guy Harry here was our linebacker, I'm telling you, trucking through everyone. But we're happy to be here. We're happy to celebrate America's 250th birthday.
Hey guys, all right, so kind of paint the picture for us. Where are you guys located exactly? How are things looking from your vantage point? And what are you hearing in terms of rumblings, in terms of what's going to be happening over the next, say, hour or so?
Yeah, Terrence, so I can go ahead and break it down for you. So we are about equidistant from the stage behind us as the Washington Monument. It's probably about 500 feet each way. Over here we have the crowd that is just pouring in. You know, they have TSA checking bags now because they don't have dogs to sleep anymore because they kicked us all out because of the weather and then brought us all back in. So just as fast as they can check bags, people are coming in. And, you know, on this big stage behind us, we have bands going. They're playing playlists. You know Trump's famous rally playlist. They've been blaring that as people are coming back in. And we're all just ready to see Trump come out on America's 250th birthday and tell us what he's got to say.
Yeah, guys, so I hear the music. Is it just a playlist, or are there live bands performing at this point? And I'm asking that question because if there are, in fact, live bands, I think that would give us an indication that things are really ramping back up. Or is this just a playlist and the stage is empty at this point?
Right now, it's just a playlist, Terrence. There's people loading drums, flags, a bunch of different stuff. But right now, it's just the usual Trump playlist that we're all used to.
But it does look like they are loading the stage or getting the stage ready. So from all indications, based on your vantage point, it does look like the program or a live program will continue here in short order.
It does look like that, Terrence. You know, I'm actually pretty excited. Hopefully, the artists that were scheduled are still scheduled to come on. I'm excited to hear from, listen to Big Rich. There should be some good artists still coming on.
Awesome. You know, here's the thing. Yes, there's been this massive delay, and obviously we're way behind schedule. But the fact that so many people stuck around, I would think that the enthusiasm and the excitement is ratcheted up that much more because people have waited so long. Once this thing really goes off, it is going to, it's going to be a firework in and of itself, I would think.
Absolutely. The people who stayed are excited to be here. They said, no, I'm not going to go home. The rain can't keep me away. I'm going to celebrate my country. I'm going to do it with style. I'm going to do it with friends and family. Hopefully, at the end of the night, we have a big old send-off that sends America into this 250th on the 4th of July.
Guys, you are awesome. I'm loving it. Just seeing your guys' faces, especially since we've worked together for so long, seeing you guys and spending part of this 4th of July has made my day. Stick around, guys. We're going to get back to you. I do want to go out to Neil McCabe. He is out at Mount Rushmore, so we're going to check in with him a little bit and get a quick update as we celebrate our country. Of course, Neil being out west is a couple of hours or several hours behind you guys there in D.C. Neil, can you see me and can you hear me? Good to see you, my brother.
I can hear you, and it's great to hear your voice.
Well, it's probably better to hear me than see me, Neil. It's better to hear me than see me. Trust me, I'm unshaven. I don't look my best. So look, you're at obviously an iconic place. You're there at Mount Rushmore. What is the atmosphere like on this 4th of July as we celebrate 250 years of this country? What is the atmosphere like there at this iconic place?
Yeah, Terrence, it's a carnival-like atmosphere here. There are maybe 5,000 or 6,000 people who are packed into the amphitheater, which is about 100 yards from where I'm standing now, with the Air Force Academy Band, which is absolutely lit, knocking out of the park. They played last night before the president spoke. And what was interesting about the president's speech last night is that he walked on to Hail to the Chief, played by the Air Force Academy Band, not I'm Proud to Be an American, the Lee Greenwood anthem. And I think that sort of set the tone for that statesman-like address that he delivered last night. But, you know, we'll see if he builds on that tonight, which is what I expect in his speech at the National Mall. But as, you know, as you point out, Mount Rushmore is absolutely iconic, and I've been staring at it and all day, and it hasn't moved. And sometimes I'll sort of sneak, I'll look away, and I'll look again. I'm trying to figure out if they're blinking at me, but it's absolutely amazing. And there's so many people, Terrence, you know, like this is my first time here. And so there's so many people, they walk up and they just take a few steps and immediately start taking pictures and selfies because it's just such a powerful vista. And of course, it's over my shoulder now.
Absolutely. So, Neil, I'm in Mountain Time, and it's 8:56. I don't know the time zone there. I would think it's either 8:56 or maybe 7:56 p.m. What time is it there for you?
Hold on. I'm at 20:56. So we are in the same time zone for once.
Okay, we're in the same time zone. I wasn't sure. I just asked that question because I see the sun is starting to go down there behind you. It's still fairly light. And so I wanted to give our viewers a bit more perspective on kind of the entire atmosphere there. Of all the people you've talked to, how much reverence are you hearing from folks who have come there as we celebrate this 250th anniversary of our country? And I use the word reverence purposely because I think today is a day of reverence. It's not just a day of celebration, but we should revere. It's a day of reverence to really remember and honor all that has happened in this country over the last 250 years.
Well, you know, just to speak academically, you know, American patriotism has been compared for many years to sort of a civic religion, and our hymns are, you know, the Star Spangled Banner, the Battle Hymn of the Republic. We have our holy days, we have our saints, and we, you know, and so there is sort of a civic religion that's tied into our patriotism, and that's the solemnity that people feel when they see these four great presidents. But I'll tell you, the mood here is joy. It's patriotic joy, and everyone's excited. Everyone's in a good mood. You know, it's a kind of place that you come with your parents, your grandparents, right? There are a lot of kids running around. And so there's a lot of parents who have made a crazy drive to get here because they wanted their kids to see it and experience it and be able to sort of internalize this iconic vista and these four great presidents. Terrence.
I've only seen Mount Rushmore in pictures and obviously on video, never seen it personally. Is there space to add another face there? Is there space to add another president potentially? I think we would all have an idea of who we'd like to see added.
Yeah, not Millard Fillmore. He does not make the list. But for what it's worth, Millard Fillmore was the last president to review troops on horseback. And his grandfather was a pirate. But let's talk about something else. The Lakota word for Mount Rushmore translates into 6 grandfathers. So the Indian legend, right, sort of suggests that there should be two more gentlemen up there. Doug Burgum, the former governor of North Dakota and the Interior Secretary, has said repeatedly that he wants Trump on Mount Rushmore. And there's a bill on Capitol Hill to put President Trump on Mount Rushmore. And, you know, I can't see. How do you deny it? How do you deny it when you consider how he has transformed our politics and our culture, and he has stood in the breach in such a critical time in world history for us, Terrence?
Yeah, I would be interested to see if and how quickly that happens. Neil, good to talk to you, my friend. Stand by. We probably will get to you at some point later on this evening as we await President Trump's arrival there on the Mall. We are expecting that he will address the crowd there. In fact, our Ben Bergquam is on the Mall awaiting the president. He has weathered the storm quite literally as he awaits the president. He's gone through the rain and through the thunderstorms and all of that. I see you there, Ben. And who is that with you? I know that face, one of my favorite artists. Hey, Ben.
Hey, T, I got the one and only Scott LeBedo. Now, Scott was inside, too. Now, Scott, you've been out here for 2 weeks doing some incredible murals, incredible painting, the largest painting of an American flag I've ever seen. We're here for this event. You know, it's a little frustrating. Got moved out, but now we're back out here, and I look over. Billy's like, "Hey, isn't that Scott over there?" I pull up. You never know who you're going to run into, and the things that you think are negative end up being a blessing. I got to run into you, Scott. What is this? I've asked you this several times, but what does this mean to you to be out here? Even though we're not on the inside right there, we've got the Washington Monument. We're going to see the fireworks, and we're out here with thousands, tens of thousands of American patriots who love this country?
The energy. I don't need to go back in there. I mean, it's a mob scene. I'm not even going to get back in there, even if I tried. But right here, the energy, you just feel that energy, man. It's like, you know, all week, these liberal media outlets have been, you know, just bad-mouthing the fair and saying there was nobody here and stuff. And then you saw it. You witnessed it. By the way, I ran into him twice. There's 20 million people here, and I ran into him twice in the last 24 hours. Again, it's an honor to be here. You know, my work for my life has been dedicated to that American flag. And people ask me why? Because I am the epitome of freedom. I'm the poster child for freedom. I don't work for anybody. I don't owe anybody anything. I'm an artist. I express myself how I choose, verbally and on canvas and with my hands. And I am indebted to that flag, but not the flag. Those men and women who still died today. For 250 years, these crazy sons of guns who know they're walking through the valley of death for this jackass. They don't know me, but they're doing it for me. And I take that to heart. So every day I paint those flags, and even the one I'm completing right now, it's a thank you card. And that's, it's very personal. And I just wish that a lot more young people would just grasp that concept. Be who you are. I don't care if you're riding a skateboard with face piercings and purple hair and, you know, protesting your grievances against something, but you hold that flag up. You hold that flag up like I do every protest that I, you know, am part of thousands of them, as you know. You don't put it under your feet and burn it and spit on it and drag it. It doesn't make sense. No, I don't like what you're protesting. I disagree with you, but I love you, and I will die for you to protest and use that right. But hold that flag up and understand that that gives you that right, you know, to be the artist that you are as a journalist, you know, and it just. So anyway, I'm here, and I'm just the energy. This is my Super Bowl. This is my Daytona 500. It's my World Series. It's my Oscars. This moment in history, 250 years of the greatest concept ever created, you know. And what's it all about? It's about the world. A bunch of guys said, you know, what is a birthday? Today's our birthday. A birthday is the day you leave an confined, restricted space to come out into this world of unlimited possibilities and freedom. And that's what happened 250 years ago, a birth of a couple of guys said, wait a minute, we need to get out of this, you know, restricted space of tyranny.
Hey, Ben,
to,
I'm sorry. I've got to interrupt you guys. We want to take you to the stage. The program is starting to resume.
Dopo principessa, nella tua fredda stanza, guardi le stelle che tremano d'amore e di speranza. Ma il mio mistero è chiuso in me, il nome mio nessun saprà, e l'onna sulla tua bocca lo dirò, quando la luce splenderà. Ed il mio bacio scioglierà il silenzio che ti fa mia. Tramutate stelle all'alba vincerò, vincerò la verità. Ladies and gentlemen, that means in Italian, no one sleeps, because no one sleeps tonight, and we hear our president speak. And now, if you'll do me the great honor, please join me in God Bless America. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, wide with fun. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America, my home sweet home. Okay, one more time. Here we go. Let the president hear you. God bless America.
Happy Independence Day, America. If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd work for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause our flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, New York to LA, there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, please welcome the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump.
Good evening, America. If you think that was easy, it wasn't. And I want to thank everybody because they did the right thing. They saw lightning, and I said, there's no way if we have to speak in front of one person at 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm going to be here. There's no way we can be deterred. And they estimated they had 375,000 people before everybody had to leave. And they now have 150,000 people. It's the craziest thing anyone's ever seen, at least. And I want to just thank you, and I feel so badly about some people. They left and they couldn't get back. But you're very special people, and we have a very special country. Thank you very much. Tonight we come together for one of the most joyous and glorious milestones of all time, and you know what that is, 250, the 250th anniversary. And I do have to say this. One of my very brilliant people backstage said, "Don't worry about it, sir. We can do it maybe next week." I said, "It doesn't work next week. This is the big day. We want July 4th. We're not looking for July something else. Because this is the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. Nothing like it. For 2.5 centuries, our American republic has stood as the crowning achievement of human history. This country is the home of freedom. This is the land of liberty. And this is a flag that's the banner of the most extraordinary, most exceptional, most incredible nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And we're doing better now than we've ever done before. No people have done more good, shown more courage, made more progress, righted more injustice, or achieved more greatness than you, the American people. For 250 years, the United States of America has been the hope, the promise, the light, and the glory among all of the nations of the world. All over the world, they try and be like us. Nobody can be like us, and with God's help, we will always be this or even better. We're going to be better. Here on our National Mall, we're celebrating freedom's triumph over tyranny, liberty's conquest over oppression, and the enduring victory of the American spirit from the July 4th, 1776 to July 4th, 2026. Big dates. That's big dates. Two big ones. And tonight our country is stronger, freer, richer, safer, and prouder than ever before. But it all started with the miracle of history that lives forever in the heart of every single patriot. In Philadelphia, our founding fathers summoned the courage of giants and the wisdom of centuries to boldly proclaim these timeless truths. They declared that all men are created equal, that they are endowed with sacred, unalienable rights by the hand of our Creator, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. In signing their names to the roster of freedom, those 56 patriots put everything at risk, stepped onto the stage of destiny, and seized a victory for the ages, and that's what it was. And this is an evening for the ages, I believe. This is something very special. This is bigger than if we didn't have the lightning blaring. We had lightning blaring, but this is bigger. Little more inconvenient, but it's bigger. I think in its own way, it's more beautiful. From the beginning, we were a nation that lived by the motto, victory or death, and live free or die. 1 out of every 100 Americans gave their lives in the fight for independence. To remind us of who these heroes were and what they gave us, we are honored to have here tonight in the heart of our nation's capital one of the very first American flags ever to exist. Dating back to 1777, it bears the 13 stars and 13 stripes of the 13 states that declared independence on the 4th of July. There it is. This was the flag that flew victorious at Saratoga. And these are the real deals, too. These are the real flags. These are flags that have seen a lot. These were the stars and stripes that flew triumphant when the British waved the white flag of surrender at Yorktown. That was a big surrender. Nobody thought that was possible. They were the greatest power of the world, and they surrendered, and that was the beginning. Ever since, the entire world has been on notice that Americans will never let anyone take our freedom away. Won't happen. And all these talks from the communists, they haven't got a chance. Not even a chance. We don't want communists in our country. Never worked, and it never will work. Americans must never forget that we are a historic and heroic people with a heroic spirit and a heroic purpose on this beautiful earth of ours. We are made of the courage and the fire and the flesh and the blood of the best and the bravest people this world has ever produced. We are the bravest and the best. Tonight we pledge allegiance to the flag they gave us, and we say, God bless the immortal patriots of 1776, and long live the cause of independence. May it reign forever and ever and ever. We will always be on top. We will never let our country fall. We will always be the best. Our founders not only won our liberty, they secured it with the most righteous political document ever conceived. It's called the Constitution of the United States. Very special. And it's because of their genius that we remain the finest people on the planet after 250 years. Unlike so many others in the world, in this country, we have freedom of speech, freedom of religion, equal justice under the law, although I wasn't treated that well, but we won't get into that. And the right to keep and bear arms. And for the almost 6 years that I was president, I guarded very, very powerfully your Second Amendment, and they didn't do a thing to it, and it was not easy. But we guard your Second Amendment. We guard it very, very strongly and cautiously. Across the generations, Americans have fought, bled, and died, not just to secure those rights, but to expand them to citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed, because we are one people. We are one family. You showed that tonight with one flag. And as our Declaration of Independence tells us, we are all made in the image of one Almighty God. And a communist will never say that. That's for sure. Few heroes remind us of these truths more than William Carney, who escaped slavery to become a Union soldier in the Civil War, which was a very big deal at the time. On the front lines of battle, he saw a comrade struck down by enemy fire while carrying the Stars and Stripes, and Sergeant Carney dove to the ground to keep the flag from touching the mud. He didn't want to have it touch the ground. He didn't want to have it touch the mud. He wanted it to be perfect. He raised it high above the field and was shot 4 times. They thought he was gone, but he kept moving forward. He loved our country. He loved our flag. Before he returned to camp and announced, "Boys, the old flag never touched the ground." And he became the first African-American to receive the Congressional Medal of Honor. He got the Congressional Medal of Honor, and he was the first African-American, and he was some man. They've written stories about him. He was something special. With us tonight to celebrate this Forward March of Freedom is another Medal of Honor recipient. Colonel Paris Davis, whose courage won eternal glory in Vietnam. He helped lead a surprise attack on 100 enemy combatants. They said he was finished. His whole group was finished. And despite multiple life-threatening wounds, saved the lives of his fellow soldiers. And this evening he stands to salute the only flag of its kind, the one that was draped over the casket of President Abraham Lincoln in Independence Hall. Thank you very much. Great. He looks better than I do. He looks great, and he's brave. Because of heroes like these, our flag will always be a symbol of liberty and justice for all. Colonel Davis, thank you very much. Great man. Great man, thank you. Americans expanded the blessings of freedom, and we have never stopped expanding our ambitions and our dreams. We had the American dream. We never had the American dream, however, like we have it right now. The American dream is back, very strong, beautiful. You know, to get into our military now is tough. 2 years ago, we couldn't fill a job, and now it's overflowing. We have so many, setting records. We're setting records. It's actually hard to get in. That includes our great police forces and our firemen. They couldn't hire anybody. Nobody wanted to do it. Now it's hard to get those positions, but it's really hard to get into our military because people respect and love our country again. Our rise to being the world's strongest and most powerful nation was no accident of history. We rebuilt our military in my first term. We use it a little bit in our, actually I should say third term, but I won't do that because I don't want any controversy. But we use it, and we've had tremendous success. You look at Venezuela, you look at Iran, we wiped out their military. Americans crossed the Great Plains, scaled the Rockies, we just tamed the wilderness and conquered the frontier and built the empire. It's called the Empire of Liberty. We laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, those beautiful skyscrapers, and dug out the Panama Canal, considered the 8th wonder of the world, which everyone said was an impossible thing to do. And by the way, 38,000 Americans died to give us one of the greatest engineering feats of all time, the Panama Canal. This was the unstoppable spirit that created the world's most powerful industries and built the strongest military anyone had ever seen. And today it is stronger and more powerful than it ever was before. American grit, boldness, and daring forged heroes like Davy Crockett, Wyatt Earp, Annie Oakley, Teddy Roosevelt, and the legend of the Wild West, Buffalo Bill Cody. These were great, powerful people whose incredible grandchildren happen to be with us tonight. And they stand alongside one of the first American flags ever to fly over our expanding nation. It was carried west just as Lewis and Clark began their journey in 1803. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great to have you. Great to have you, to honor this audacious and indomitable soul of America. We also have the first flag ever to fly over one of the greatest architectural feats of all time, a thing called the Brooklyn Bridge, one of the most beautiful bridges anywhere in the world, built a long time ago. To its right, the banner that flew atop our flagship after America's Navy sank the Spanish fleet to the bottom of the Manila Bay, one of the greatest naval victories in history. Much like our recent victory by sinking the entire Iranian Navy, 159 ships, to the bottom of the sea, all done in just a moment's time, happened very quickly. We have the greatest military anywhere in the world. And next to it, we also have the flag that was given to that immortal, just a fantastic, immortal Rough Rider, the one and only. And I was at the museum the other day at its opening. Theodore Roosevelt, when he returned triumphant from Cuba, printed with the words, "Welcome home, Colonel Roosevelt." He was a victor of San Juan Hill. He was a great gentleman. Americans won the West and built the modern world because America is a nation of winners. And today our country is winning again, and we're winning like never before. America is back, and we want to keep America great, and we will do so by approving the Save America Act, which means all voters must show voter ID. All voters must provide a little thing called proof of citizenship. And there will be no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel. And you won't have cheating on the elections anymore. It's very simple. Together, we are also reasserting the truth that American strength and power is not something to be ashamed of. It is something that we are very, very proud of. This country has been the greatest force for peace and justice on earth. In the last century, we defeated tyrants, demolished evil, and saved freedom again and again and again. Ken Schubring was 19 years old when he survived the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. After enemy planes sank ships like the USS Arizona, he resolved that he would help America strike back and win. He wanted them to strike back and win. Flying B-29s in the Pacific, Ken fought from the first day to the very last. He was in the war right from the first day, and he went to the last day and all the way to the enemy's unconditional surrender. We got an unconditional surrender. He was there at 104 years old and looking really good. Captain Schubring is here tonight, and he is saluting the flag that went down with the Arizona at Pearl Harbor, but was raised back up with the help of some unbelievable American patriots. It's a symbol of American defiance. Please. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Captain. Great job. Thank you very much. You have very good genes. That's his son. His son's going to be around a long time. Thank you very much, Captain. On D-Day in World War II, Navy Lieutenant Arthur Rose commanded 36 landing craft as part of the largest naval armada in history. Recalling that sight, he wrote home to his parents, "What a country we are." At 107 years old, Lieutenant Rose is here to salute one of our nation's most prized possessions, the flag that flew aboard the first landing craft on D-Day and led the first Americans onto the beaches of Normandy to liberate Europe and defeat Nazi fascism forever. Lieutenant Rose, you are an inspiration to this beautiful crowd, and we thank you very much. Amazing man. 107. It's 107. On Iwo Jima in the Pacific, the Marines faced some of the most brutal combat in the history of warfare. They shed their blood for every inch of mountain that they reached. And when they reached the summit and raised the stars and stripes for all to see, it was so special to everybody there. Everybody there and everybody watching. They couldn't believe it. It wasn't supposed to happen. With us today is one of the last survivors of that battle, 101-year-old Marine Corporal Don Graves. And he's here to salute that famous flag he saw rise in the glory of Iwo Jima 81 years ago, and you've all seen that flag many times. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are the fighters and the banners of the greatest generation. They are the greatest generation. I hate to admit that, but they are. They saved the world, and they made America very, very proud. We're very proud of you, heroes all. And after we vanquished fascism, Americans stood against the evil of communism in the Cold War. And as I said last night at the beautiful Mount Rushmore, what a beautiful place, where Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln, and Theodore Roosevelt loomed over my shoulder as I spoke. America will never be a communist country. Won't happen. Communism is a loser, and it always will be. The communist system is the opposite of the American system, and the communist system has never worked. Our warriors did not fight communism on battlefields across the world, only to have that menace rear its ugly head right back here in America. We're not going to let it happen. We like to stop a threat like that immediately and before it begins. It's like a cancer. You got to cut it out. You got to cut it out fast. Tonight, we proudly thank veterans of the war on communism, including Marine Corporal Pat Finn and Private First Class Rudy Meekins, who fought at the famed Battle of Chosin Reservoir in Korea. That was a rough one. Thank you. Pat fought in hand-to-hand combat with the enemy. He had 5 against him, and he was 1. And as you can see, he's around to talk about it. And Rudy was wounded 4 times, but never stopped shooting, and he never stopped moving forward. And also with us is veteran Sonny Ray, who fought heroically against an enemy force 10 times his unit size and earned a tremendously deserved Silver Star. Tonight they salute one of the very first 50-star flags to fly above the field of battle. This was about the beginning of the 50. And right next to it is one of the last flags from Checkpoint Charlie, very famous place on the Berlin Wall, where American freedom finally brought communism crashing down to an end. Thank you so much. You are really very special. Thank you. Thank you very much. The Stars and Stripes cast the hammer and sickle into oblivion before, and we will do it again if necessary. I don't think it's going to be necessary. I think people have learned. They've learned what to do and how to handle it, and we're going to handle it very well. So, gentlemen, I want to thank you very much. You're amazing people, amazing men. Thank you. How about that, huh? Isn't that great? What an honor it is to be with them. Think of it, 107. That's up there, but hopefully he's got 20 good years left. Through the generations, Americans have never stopped striving to lift humanity to new heights. In 1903, the Wright brothers from Ohio fulfilled the age-old dream of mankind to fly. That's right, they're from Ohio, great state. And within 66 years of inventing the airplane, Americans planted our flag on the moon. Just 3 months ago, we sent American astronauts back to the far side of the moon, and this time they flew further from Earth than anyone has ever flown before. And here they are. So tonight we're joined by that crew of NASA Artemis, you know the crew, everybody. Artemis 2, and everybody watched. Isn't that amazing? And they became very famous. Everybody watched. I was watching. I don't know what it was. That one got the attention of everybody. And along with the last man to walk on the moon, Apollo 17 astronaut Jack Schmitt. Thank you, Jack. You look like you could be with them, Jack. You look very good. You look very good, Jack. Thank you very much. What a job. Everybody was watching. I was with a group of people that normally wouldn't be watching, and we were having a big dinner, and they all said, we want to turn on, we want to watch Artemis 2. A lot of people said, what is that? By the end of the evening, they knew. It was amazing. And along with Jared, where's Jared? He's so great. He's running NASA. What a job he's done. So I want to thank you all. Thank you very much. Great job. So these champions of flight stand this evening beside the flag flown on the Wright brothers airplane, piloted by Orville Wright. It's the exact flag, very historic, and they are honored to be here. They told me today they were really amazed to be here with that flag. That's a very special flag if you're in the world of flying aircraft. So congratulations to everybody. Fantastic job. Very proud of you. And I have a special gift for these patriots. This morning on America's 250th birthday, a new flag was flown above the United States Capitol. And tonight I present it to you to soon be planted by American astronauts on their upcoming return to the moon. And in addition to that, I gave them and all of the great heroes that you saw up on stage tonight, and a few others that couldn't quite make the stage, I gave them a very special medal from the White House, so it's an honor. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. So then I assume you're going to be heading to Mars, right? We're going to be going to Mars very soon. And I think that's something that we do have in mind, and we're going to do the moon, and we're going to go from there. We're going to go to Mars, and we're going to continue to be way ahead. You know, we did Space Force. That was something I was very proud of, and some people smiled. They thought it was foolish, and now they're finding it's one of the most important things that we've done. We were losing to China and to Russia in space, and now we're leading them by giant steps, and it's a great thing, and it's people like that really, like you, that made it happen. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much, Jeff. So as we celebrate America's unmatched achievements and unlimited potential, we never forget that none of this would have been possible without those who gave everything so that we could reach this 250th year of freedom. We are honored to be joined by 11 Gold Star family members. The Gold Star family, that is one of the great tributes. It's one of the great honors, a tough honor. There's nothing tougher than that. But these are amazing people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Come on up. They went through a lot. Thank you very much. And that special person is looking up there and looking down at mom and dad, husband, wife, but they're looking down with great pride. You know that. You know that. And we want to thank you for being here. Thank you very much. And we have medals for you backstage. I brought them. I thought I'd be handing them out about 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago. But we're going to be backstage, and we have beautiful medals for you, for your family, from the White House. Thank you very much, everybody. We love you. On this special 4th of July, we give you our undying gratitude and promise to redeem the sacrifice of your heroes by preserving the America that they love. They loved our country. They sacrificed it all. And these people have sacrificed it all. They've been through hell. We love you. Thank you very much. Thank you. 1776 to today, everywhere the American flag has flown, it has been a symbol of strength, righteousness, and hope, because that is who Americans are. In 1944, a mother and her daughter huddled in their house in Nazi-occupied Belgium and prayed desperately for their country to be freed. They wanted freed. As they waited, they found scraps of fabric and stitched together a homemade American flag. It's beautiful, but homemade. On the day they were finally liberated, and that's what the word is, liberated, they gave it to an American soldier as a gift. Little did they know that that soldier's great-grandfather was none other than the author of our Star-Spangled Banner, Francis Scott Key. And tonight, the next generation of the Key family is with us. Thank you very much. Please. Thank you. Major Kyle Key has spent 23 years in the U.S. Army, highly respected, and this evening he proudly salutes the old flag that was made by the Belgian woman so beautifully, and who knew that America means hope and freedom. Congratulations, and thank you for being here very much. And in conclusion, from a declaration in Philadelphia to victory at Yorktown, from the bustling factories of the heartland to the towering snow-capped summits of Alaska, from the endless frontier of the open Wild West to the magnificent sand dunes at Kitty Hawk, from the glimmering skyline of Manhattan to the far side of the moon, we just saw that, and from the now safe and beautiful capital of Washington. Think of it, Washington, D.C., our capital. Our capital is now safe, gleaming, and beautiful again. It's safe again. Went from a very unsafe place 2 years ago to one of the safest cities in the country, and one of the most beautiful, to the gleaming waters of the Gulf of America. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome. There is no place we cannot go. There is no goal we cannot reach, and there is nothing that Americans cannot do, and we're proving that right now. Our stock market is the strongest it's ever been. We have $19.2 trillion being invested in our country, which is 6 times more than ever happened before. We're building more factories in the United States than ever before. Everyone's 401ks are at the highest number they've ever been. And more people are working today in the United States than any time in the history of our country. But in this country, we can achieve the wildest and most impossible dreams. And no dream in history is bigger or more incredible than the one that started on July 4th, 1776. The war for independence was launched by Minutemen, farmers, blacksmiths, tradesmen, who took up their muskets against the mightiest army on earth, the most powerful army, an unbeatable army, until they met us. No one made them do it. They fought because they knew that a free people must have a free country. Over 250 years, the world has seen the great empires, vast kingdoms, mighty nations, and terrible tyrants. They came and they went. But after 2.5 centuries, this American republic still stands tall and strong, and we love each other. That showed tonight. You heard it was over, and what happened? You came back. And this American flag still waves proud and free and beautiful. We have thrived and flourished because our founders were great. Our cause was just, our people are brave, our culture is exceptional, and our destiny is written by God. And as we can see here tonight, after 250 years, the spirit of 1776 still lives within us all. It still roars in the hearts of our nation's capital. It still burns in the heart of every patriot, thunders through every city and town, and it still lights the entire world with the glow of American liberty. And there is nothing like that. At 250 years old, we may be the oldest constitutional republic on earth, but our country is just getting started because the best is yet to come. This is only the dawn of the golden age of America, and on this 250th 4th of July, we declare, just as they did 2.5 centuries ago, that for our country and for our children and for the cause of liberty, we are going to take our country to new levels, to levels not reached. We're going to make it bigger, better, stronger, and we're going to love it even more. And I just want to thank you, and the inconvenience of lightning can do that, but lightning will never stop you. And I want to thank everybody, and we love you all, and it's an honor to be your president. Thank you. God bless you all. God bless you all. Thank you. We have a great fireworks display tonight, and I'm going to be watching it with you. It's going to start very quickly, so thank you very much. You're going to really like this. Thank you very much, everybody.
join us in singing the national anthem.
Just a small town girl living in a lonely world. She took the midnight train going anywhere. Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. He took the midnight train going anywhere.
sure you will find many ways to have a good time. Sing it! It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for your men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. You can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Well, young man, are you listening to me? I say, young man, what do you want to be? I say, young man, you can make real your dreams, but you've got to know this one thing. No man does it all by himself. I said, young man, put your pride on the shelf and just go there to the YMCA. I'm sure they can help you today. I'm fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for your men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Well, young man, I was once in your shoes. I said I was down and out with the blues. I thought no man cared if I were alive. I thought, was so jive. That's when someone came up to me and said, young man, take a walk up the street. There's a place there called the YMCA. Can't start you back on your way. Come on, sing it like you mean it. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for your man to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Oh, young man, there's no need to feel down. Young man, get yourself off the ground. YMCA. And if the elevator doesn't bring you down, go crazy. Reach the higher floor.
If you don't like the world you're living in, take a look around you. At least you got friends. You see a homo lady, friendly word. She picked up the phone, dropped it on the floor. That's all I heard.
recognized when we see old glory flying. There's a lot of men dead, so we can sleep at peace at night when we lay down our head. My daddy served in the army where he lost his right eye, but he flew a flag out in our yard till the day that he died. He wanted my mother, my brother, my sister and me to grow up and live happy in the land of the free. Now this nation that I love is falling under attack. A mighty sucker punch came flying in from somewhere in the back. So as we could see clearly through our big black eye, man, we lit up your world like the 4th of July. Hey, Uncle Sam, put your name at the top of his list, and the Statue of Liberty started shaking her fist, and the eagle will fly, and there's gonna be hell when you hear Mother Freedom start ringing her bell, and it'll feel like the whole wide world is raining down on you. All brought to your courtesy of the red, white, and blue. Well, justice will be served and the battle will rage. This big dog will bite when you rattle his cage. You'll be sorry that you mess with the U.S. of A. 'Cause we'll put a boot in your ass. It's the American way. Hey, Uncle Sam, put your name at the top of his list, and the Statue of Liberty started shaking her fist, and the eagle will fly, and there's gonna be hell till you hear Mother Freedom start ringing her bell, and you feel like the whole wide world is raining down on you. Back to your courtesy of the red, white, and blue. Of the red, white, and blue. Of my red, white, and
Like a fool, I went and stayed too long. Now I'm wondering if your love's still strong. Ooh, baby, here I am, signed, sealed, delivered. I'm yours. Now that time I went and said goodbye. Now I'm back and not ashamed to cry. Ooh, baby, here I am, signed, sealed, delivered. I'm yours. Hey, yeah, here I am, baby, signed, sealed, delivered. I'm yours. Hey, yeah, here I am, baby. Oh, signed, sealed, delivered. I'm yours. Well, I did a lot of foolish things that I really didn't mean, yeah.
Seen a lot of things in this old world. When I touched them, they did nothing, girl. Ooh, baby, here I am, signed, sealed, delivered. I'm yours. Well, sweet baby, set my soul on fire. That's when I know you're my heart's one
so lonely. We fill it up with only two. And when I hurting runs off my shoulders. How can I hurt when holding you? Touching
Well, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Sweet Caroline, good times never seem so good. To believe they never would. America, how are we feeling? So happy to have you all here to celebrate this great 250th birthday. Sing it with us. Sweet Caroline, good times never seem so good. To believe they never would. Sweet Caroline, sing. Good times never seem so good. I've been inclined to believe they never would. Sweet
I think we know what song this is. Yeah, ladies, come on! Hopped on the plane at LAX with my dream in my cardigan. Welcome to the land of fame excess. Am I gonna fit in? Jumped in the cab, here I am for the first time. Look to my right and I see the Hollywood sign. This is all so crazy. Everybody seems so famous. Time is turning and I'm feeling kinda homesick. Too much pressure and I'm nervous. 'Cause when the taxi man turns on the radio and a Jay-Z song was on, and a Jay-Z song was on, and the Jay-Z song was on. So I put my hands up, playing my song, the butterflies fly away. Nodding my head like yeah, moving my hips like yeah. Put my hands up, playing my song, you know I'm gonna be okay. Yeah, it's a party in the USA. Yeah, it's a party in the USA. Get to the club in my taxi cab, everybody's looking at me now. Who's that chick that's rocking hips? Gotta be from out of town. So hard when my girl's not around me. It's definitely not a Nashville party. 'Cause all I see is stilettos. I guess I never got the memo. My tummy's turning and I'm feeling kinda homesick. Too much pressure and I'm nervous. 'Cause when the DJ dropped my favorite tune and the Britney song was on. Britney song was on, and a Britney song was on. So I put my hands up, playing my song, the butterflies fly away.
What a party. It truly is a party in the USA. The Salute to America celebration happening on the National Mall. It was rained out initially. There was thunderstorms. The weather did not cooperate, but the show still ended up going on, and it was quite a show. Of course, we heard from President Trump. He addressed the crowd, but wrapping up with a massive fireworks display, and then the Air Force Band just putting on a show. I'm a little bit out of breath, folks, just if I'm honest with you, because I've been over here jamming away. I've been dancing for the last 45 minutes. What a show they put on, and what a celebration of this country's 250th anniversary. It truly was a party, and I think it made it even better by the fact that we had to wait so long for it all to get underway. But President Trump wrapping it up with the bow, and then the band just taking it on home for us. This is, again, a look at the scene there following the fireworks. The stage was literally set on fire, literally and figuratively speaking, by the Air Force Band. The crowd still sticking around, having stayed there, quite honestly, for several hours, just to hear from the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and then to watch the fireworks and, of course, the big show from the Air Force Band. Guys, do we have Ben Berkham? I saw him pop up for a minute there. Do we have Ben? Yes, no?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, so we do have Ben. Hey, Ben, good to see you, man. What a show. I don't know about you, but I had a good time, and I didn't even have to get any babysitters. I got a chance to go out and party today. I didn't need babysitters or anything like that. I know you're outside the venue, but were you able to hear the president's speech and then, of course, the show from the Air Force Band?
Yeah, no, we did. We were able to hear the president's speech from our network, Real America's Voice. We were watching. A lot of people in the crowd were watching it through Real America's Voice as well. And then, obviously, the fireworks display was all right behind us. We got to see it. The largest fireworks display in the history of America, possibly the world. I've started this morning, Terrence, at 7 a.m., and it is now July 5th. Happy July 5th, America. Starting on July 4th, but we're ending on July 5th. We're officially into the second day, or the first day, excuse me, of the 250th year. Just amazing, 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 amazing. God bless America.
Absolutely, and God bless you, Ben. I know you've been putting in hard work, and we appreciate it, my friend. I'm not going to keep you too long, but I do want to get your perspective on the atmosphere there. And again, just to kind of recap for people who may just be joining us, this program was delayed significantly because of the weather there in D.C. So what's the weather like now? And now that the show has actually gone on and concluded, what's the atmosphere like? How are spirits there in the nation's capital?
Well, as you can imagine, it being the heat index got over 110. I mean, it felt like 120. It was hot. People waited in line all day to have the little bit of kerfuffle there. A lot of people that were inside got stuck outside, me being one of them with our family. But in the end, being able to see the fireworks, being able to be here, for me, this is my first time in 4 years that I've been able to spend Independence Day with my family. The last 4 I've been on the road. And so to be able to spend this one in the capital of our United States with President Trump as our president, to see the largest fireworks display, again, in the history of America, if not the world. It was pretty incredible. A lot, you know, when I first got here, spirits were mixed. You know, a lot of people that had been in, now we're stuck outside. They were frustrated. A lot of people that never got in were out here just wanting to see what they could see. By the end of it, we were chanting USA. People were fired up. They're going home inspired for America. And, you know, that's the prayer, is that we plant these seeds of liberty. This is what this nation is all about. Our founders planted those seeds. A lot of them gave their lives in the shedding the blood for the trees of liberty. And we are the ones that those trees were bestowed upon. Now it's our job to do the same thing to the next generation. So that, you know, that's my prayer, is that people, especially the young people out here, to be able to celebrate this, celebrate America, and remember that this is the greatest country in the history of the world, because God is the foundation of this nation, and we are able to perfect this nation. And I pray that we get back to that. A couple of the Supreme Court decisions recently make you question that a little bit. But as a nation, I pray that we get back to God. If we do that, then the rest, I believe, will follow. And by the way, it
Amen.
is raining again. So back to your first part of the question, weather-wise, it's raining again. I don't know if literally, that fireworks display was so massive, it created lightning. Multiple times we saw lightning just go to the fireworks. So I don't know if it's creating the rain too, but yeah, it's cooler. Thank God it's cooler than it was.
Wow. All right, Ben, I'm going to let you go after this. I've heard the number, and I think President Trump maybe even have mentioned the number, 350,000 people there for this celebration. However many people are there. Are you getting a sense that there's, at least for today, a sense of unity, a sense of being one country, one people?
No, unfortunately.
Okay.
I'd love to say yes. With this crowd, yes.
Okay.
But there were plenty of people that I saw on the outskirts of the crowd that were miserable. They were miserable all day. They were miserable yesterday. They've been miserable the last year. And this goes back to what I just said. They need Jesus. They need the Lord. They need purpose in their life. You're not going to change that with the fireworks display. I saw there's a lot of people in the media that were here that, were happy when the thing gets shut down on the mainstream fake news media. You're not going to change that in one night. But again, we plant those seeds. We pray for them. We try to bring life. We try to show the light and invite them to the light so they step out of the darkness. But we are divided as a nation. There's no doubt about that. I pray that we come together in this next year, 2026 into 2027.
Ben, I join you in that prayer. I'm going to let you go. Get somewhere dry. Hug the wife and kids for me. Tell them I said happy 4th. Well, now happy 5th of July for you guys, but also happy 4th for me. And take care, my friend. It's always good to see you. Good to spend a couple of hours with you on this Independence Day.
God bless you, brother. Great to be with you, too.
Bless you. Talk to you soon. That was Ben Berkman reporting again on the ground there in the nation's capital as we are celebrating the 250th anniversary of our nation's founding. I am in the Mountain Time, so it is still the 4th of July here, my time, even though the clock has already turned to a new day on the East Coast. Our Neil McCabe, also in the Mountain Time time zone, excuse me. He had this report for us. Neil, good evening. I'm sorry.
What an absolutely magnificent speech by the president tonight. He talked about the themes he touched on last night at Mount Rushmore, really about American culture and American democracy standing up to the mortal threat from communism. But he also talked about our ambition, our persistence, our reverence for the Almighty. He mentioned God so many times, and how many presidents have done this? It's been generations.
Okay.
And so the president has been so enthusiastic for America celebrating its 250th anniversary, and it was fitting that despite the challenges of weather and everything else he's dealing with, he made sure that he gave this address, and it truly was a beautiful capstone on a beautiful celebration of America's 250th. So good night, everybody, and happy 4th of July.
Neil, appreciate your reporting there. Our Neil McCabe reporting out west this evening as a lot of action has been happening there. Obviously, the focus, though, of this 250th anniversary of our country celebration is in Washington, D.C. We've got a crew there on the ground in D.C. as well. We want to check in with them as we begin to wrap up our coverage. These are our production guys. Without them, we're not able to put on our shows. But today, they get a chance to put the microphone in their hands and be in front of the camera as opposed to behind the camera. Gentlemen, it is good to see each and every one of you. So look, I know each and every one of you personally. We all like music. Before our morning show, we typically are listening to music together and jamming out. When that band took the stage, man, you guys should have seen me. I was over here jamming out. I'm dancing and singing out loud. You guys would have been rolling. I would hope that you also were enjoying the festivities.
Yes, Terrence, it was absolutely amazing. We were enjoying the music. I mean, this wasn't your local 4th of July block party fireworks show. This was, like, insane. I know the viewers at home watching probably thought it was great, but just being here in person and seeing this amazing show and feeling the energy of all these patriots celebrating America's 250th birthday, it was just absolutely incredible.
You know, you talked about energy, Colin. And guys, I'd like to get your perspective. What was the energy like once the show actually got going? Because obviously there was a damper earlier in the day with all the weather, with the lightning, with the rain and all of that kind of stuff. But once the show got going, once President Trump took the stage and then the band, what was the energy like there in the crowd?
You know, Terrence, I would say the energy never died. I mean, while we were out there waiting for the rain to calm down, there was a dance circle that we watched happening over by the subway station. You know, people were the whole time electric, just wanting to get in here and listen to the president speak and see all the great fireworks. But I mean, I've heard louder bum bum bums in professional sports games, but that's the only place I've ever heard Sweet Caroline yelled louder than here. I mean, same with people shaking their fists. I mean, everything was just electric. From Trump speaking, showing all those old flags, to all the fireworks going off. It's the best July 4th I have in memory.
What are some of your memorable moments, guys? One of my most memorable moments is watching I think he was 107 years old, watching all of those veterans from the Korean War and other wars come up and salute the flag, and to see that they're still alive and that they're being honored in such a way. For me, that was really touching. What are your guys' memorable moments from tonight?
Yeah, I think the whole day was super memorable. We go from sweating through our shirts to getting our hats blown off by the wind to getting totally soaked, but made totally worth it by Trump's love letter to America, to the founders, to the patriots who built this country, and topped off by just an incredible fireworks show.
It's not every day where you get to come out here and hop on camera, and I mean, that's probably the most memorable moment. I don't know about you guys, but we're behind the scenes every day. I mean, 7 a.m. getting here in the 103, I think it hit 108 heat index, you know, sweating, but making sure we're getting the word out to the people. I mean, this is Real America's Voice. This is what I'm proud to do, is just give the American people a voice and something to be proud of. So, you know, coming out here and doing this, but then also now being in front of the camera, this is probably a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and doing it with the RAV audience and the RAV family is just incredible.
Oh, Colin, you've got the bug now, don't you? You're going to try to take my job. Look at him. Look at him, guys. You're coming for me. All right, guys. Each of you, let's say 20 seconds. One last word. Colin, why don't you start? We'll go from screen left to right. Colin, you start. Give us 20 seconds to wrap up of the day and just your thoughts, guys.
Again, it started off with just the heat, and I will admit we got a little low. It got pretty hard, but coming back here and hearing the president speak, and just the patriots that kept their energy throughout the day. It's just a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, once-in-a-lifetime experience to be a part of.
My day has been a very long day. Ben and I started at 7 a.m. and it is now 12:52. But it's been an amazing and incredible experience. It's been an amazing and incredible year to celebrate this country. And I think that was capped off tonight with the fireworks show and everybody's celebration.
You know, between the ice runs, the water runs, the lunch runs, everything, just having to run around to go grab everything we need here to stay cool, to be able to give our viewers the best show imaginable, to match the energy that the 250 team's giving with the show they put on today. You know, happy birthday, America. July 4th's the best holiday of the year.
Yeah, I'm just so gracious to be an American, so proud to be an American, and there's no better place than D.C. under this administration to celebrate something like that with a show like we had. So just glad to be here.
Well, guys, we appreciate you. We appreciate all the hard work you guys have put in all day. I'm sending hugs to each and every one of you. I'm proud of you guys. Again, folks, I work with these guys. I couldn't do my job without them, and seeing them in front of the camera and getting their credit and getting their kudos really does my heart well. So, guys, we appreciate all of your hard work. We also want to thank all of our sponsors, AMAC, Patriot Mobile, Old Glory Bank, Lost Soldier Oil and Gas. Thank you to all of those partners who we've worked with in order to put this program on for you. And thank you for tuning in and spending so much time with us throughout the day as we celebrate our nation's independence and as we celebrate 250 years of the greatest nation on earth. As we leave you, we want to leave you with some pictures and some of what you just witnessed from the greatest fireworks show on earth.
Texas. Yeah, ladies, come on. I got the plane at LAX with my dream in my cardigan. Welcome to the land of fame excess. Am I gonna fit in? Jumped in the cab, here I am for the first time. But to my right and I see the Hollywood sign. This is all so crazy. Everybody seems so famous. Time is turning and I'm feeling kinda homesick. Too much pressure and I'm nervous. 'Cause when the taxi man turns on the radio and a Jay-Z song was on. And a Jay-Z song was on. And the Jay-Z song was on. So I put my hands up, playing my song. Butterflies fly away. Nodding my head like yeah. Moving my hips like yeah. Got my hands up, playing my song. You know I'm gonna be okay. Yeah. It's a party in the USA. Yeah. It's a party in the USA. Get to the club in my taxi cab. Everybody's looking at me now. Who's that chick that's rocking kicks? Gotta be from out of town. So hard with my girls not around me. It's definitely not a Nashville party. 'Cause all I see is the letters. I guess I never got the memo. My tummy's turning and I'm feeling kinda homesick. Too much pressure and I'm nervous. 'Cause when the DJ dropped my favorite tune and the Britney song is on. Britney song was on. And a Britney song was on. So I put my hands up, playing my song. Butterflies fly
We'll be right back with more Salute to America 250. Only on Real America's Voice.
This has been a live special report. We now join our programming already in progress.
Little Donna Fiducia.
And I'm little Donnie Newen.
And boy.
Do we have a show?
For you.
Hey, Donna.
Yes, Donnie?
Can you reach your microphone?
Nope.
This is gonna be a long show.
Yeah, we got to credit Genghis Khan from the Getter Barn Parties for putting that together.
Genghis
Thank you.
and his better half,
Genghis
Mrs. Khan.
Ladies and gentlemen, over the past 5 years of being on Real America's Voice, we've had some very, very special moments. What we're about to show you really ranks at the top. It really ranks at the top, and I'm not even going to intro it. This is what I'm talking about.
I just want to take a minute and spend a little bit of time and just tell you our gratitude, not only to Don and Donna, but also to all the viewers out there who have supported us over the last 4 years. It has been an extremely difficult road. It's been very difficult for us all to get through. Our families have suffered. And if it wasn't for your support, I know personally I wouldn't have a house to go back to right now, but I do. And I just wanted to take a second and thank you all for that. And take a minute here and just really thank Don and Donna for everything they've done before we get to the movie. So, Kenny?
Yeah, just a big shout out to everyone. Without your guys' support, our families wouldn't have been able to stick into the fight as long as they did and support us and give us what we needed to see this through to the end. So, a big thank you guys to everybody. So,
and one of the things that we've been working on is kind of behind the scenes. Don and Donna don't know we've been doing this, but I worked with Ron Phillips, their great producer, and we put together a quick video that we'd like to share with everyone.
Hey Don, hey Donna, I love you guys. Thank you so much for everything you've done for us. You always told our stories. You answered my phone call every single Wednesday. You guys played the Patriot hymn at the end of every single show to remind people that we were still there. I'm incredibly grateful for everything you've done, for spreading the truth, for allowing us to speak. You gave us a voice when so few did. I'm incredibly grateful to all you've done for us all these years. There's not enough words to describe how thankful I am. I love you both.
Hi, Don and Donna. It's Bart. I just want to say thank you for everything you've done for us. It's extraordinary, amazing, and it's done out of love, and we love you back. You're part of our family and always will be, and we are in your debt, and we just love you so much. So know that you're in our thoughts and our prayers.
Hi, Don and Donna, and hello, Cowboy Lodging family. I just want to come on here and say thank you. Thank you for standing up while others stood still. Thank you for everything that you've done for us, for me, my family, and the J6 community. God bless you, and God bless America.
Hey Don and Donna, how you doing? It's Tom Webster here. I wanted to send you a quick thank you for everything that you've done in supporting us J6ers and our families. And and really just keeping your foot on the gas and speaking the truth with you and your audience. Thank you so much. You are true patriots. God bless you, and have a good day.
Dazzling Donna and Indomitable Don, thank you for giving us a voice, an outlet, and a future. Because of your efforts, not only has the truth set us free, but the rest of the world understands the truth about January 6th. Thank you for your loyalty and your love.
Don and Donna, you know you guys have always been such a blessing in all of our lives, especially mine. I just want to say thank you so much for all that you do, for picking up our fight and fighting alongside the January 6ers when it was not politically expedient or a pretty topic. So just thank you for your faithfulness, for your loyalty, and for your love. We appreciate you so much. God bless y'all.
Hey, Don and Donna, to my Bondafage best friends. I just want to thank you for everything you've done over the last 4 years. You picked up my husband from prison. You fixed my wedding ring. You've always been there for us, always. I love you guys, and we're going to be friends forever and ever. And God bless you both for everything.